What? What are you doing here?
I toe the line.
And where are your credentials?
I was born here.
How did you get here?
Why does it feel like I don't belong? Permissions,
Positions
rules,
and restrictions,
reputations,
provisions,
regulations.
conditions.
When did you realize it was going to be like this? It was on the Sunday I stopped praying and started speaking instead. Stopped laughing at jokes that hurt me and started throwing punches like a girl. Bought a bag of fairy dust to blow and reveal those invisible boundaries we've seen our mothers run into too many times. I wasn't quite old or strong enough to tear them down, but nimble enough to crawl under and out of. Hop, skip, and step through pink traps and snares. Not just born, but formed. Not grown, but bred, cultivated, and dressed. I toed the line. I'm still being shaped, but by trust and confusion, by my quixotic delusions, and this space is the shape I've defined. A space I feel safe and want to explore, but I don't want to do it alone. Who made you?
Tellers of stories.
Whose shoes are you wearing?
Those worn by many before me.
Do you know the way?
I want to redefine it.
Permissions,
Positions
rules,
and restrictions,
reputations,
provisions
regulations.
and conditions.
We didn't think it would turn out like this.
Even at eye level, I can sometimes not be seen. Lacking bearing, lacking balance. Invisibilization is protean. Mine through melanin and seeing that the norm is not diversity, but skin and matching skin. Life's a bingo. We can't choose our starting hand, resting on invisible foundation that define us. Blurry links describe us, but for some they separate us. Blurry lines for them, so hard to understand. Representations are labyrinths in constant evolution, referring to standard centuries old. Intensive and useless panels have been held to set the name of recipe comme... en fait, est-ce que je devrais plutôt dire pain au chocolat ou chocolatine? Glad that nowadays we are more inclined to talk about what splits societies. I've been a poet since sketching movement in the placenta. I first picked up my pen at 20. To be sure of using words as weapons of resistance, refuse to let the mission perish in a complicated world. But I don't want to do it alone.
As the dust settles,
on the roads that intersect,
we are holding a torch and a big ball of wool,
moving into the labyrinth wearing new shoes,
laced with promises and potential. Slowly we thread our way to tomorrow. If we know where we stand, we know where to punch. A fair future is a future we arrive at together, where everyone belongs, no matter their gender.
Everyone belongs, no matter their gender. A fair future is a future we arrive at together. We know where we stand, we know where to punch, and slowly we thread our way to tomorrow. We hope that it can be like this. We are always being told a positive future is a utopia. We've heard this too much. Neither poetry nor politics is just a checklist of punchlines.
What is a fair future?
Equality.
What is the common future?
Equality.
What is a safe future?
Equality.
Oh, that sounds so wonderfully, wonderfully easy.
In the end, we are all building bridges for generations after us to cross.
So to help you today, we have brought you a little bit of fairy dust. Good morning and good luck.
Mixie and the Jad will be back with more fairy dust and more magic later in our program. Welcome to the Gender Equality Forum 2024, brought to you by the European Institute for Gender Equality. My name is Femi Oke. I'm your co-host and moderator.
And my name is Guy Dozer, and I'm the other co-host and moderator. I'd like to start off by acknowledging just how remarkable it is that we are all here today. We have hundreds of people here in the room physically and thousands of people joining us online from their phone screens, from their laptops and from their tablets all over the world. And I think that shows us two things. On the one hand, it shows us how much progress we have made from positions in the past, and it also shows us how much more we're yet striving to achieve. And this is one of the largest and most politically significant gatherings for gender equality that Europe has ever seen. And it wouldn't have been possible without the hard work, the commitment, and the dedication of the European Institute for Gender Equality. So on behalf of everyone here, I would like to thank them for their hard work, commitment, and dedication. Now, whether you're here online or in the room, whether you're new to the world of policy or whether you're an experienced politician, whether you're a university student from our youth delegation or a world-leading professor, we would like to welcome you to the Gender Equality Forum of 2024. We're incredibly proud of the diversity that we've managed to attract for this gathering, and we've created a short video to show you who's here.
This morning, all of our sessions will be in this main auditorium. After lunch, we have breakout, parallel sessions and workshops. If you're trying to work out how to navigate around this venue here, it's basically a circuit. So if you go out and turn right, and then keep going down to the restaurant, turn right again, you'll eventually end up back here. And en route, you will find the bathrooms, you'll find the restaurant, you'll find the atrium, the workshop areas, and the studio as well. If you get lost, ask Guy, he knows everything. We want to be inclusive in every way that we possibly can. So if you're watching online right now, thank you. Good to see you. We'll also have an afternoon session that you'll be able to watch also. And then you may notice just on the corner of the screen that we also have sign language interpretation, which will be available for all of the streamed sessions. Guy.
And on that note, I'm going to take a step down and hand over to your Master of Ceremonies, Femi.
Thanks, Guy. At the European Institute for Gender Equality, their mission, gender equality 24/7. As we come together as a community for the next 2 days, we need to know each other. Most of us do. But if you don't, make eye contact with someone you would like to know who looks friendly. Say bonjour or hello to them. We are making connections right now. Okay, we are now cohorts. We know everybody, which is really important because we have some critical conversations to have over the next 2 days. Talking about critical conversations, if you registered, you would have said yes to the code of conduct. If you notice anything that is inappropriate, that makes you feel uncomfortable during this forum, please let IGA staff know. We will address it immediately. That code of conduct is also on the website for this forum. And now, we can officially start with the leader who has run this entire forum. She's led the team. She's also the IGA director, Carleen Schreler. Welcome to your forum. Thank you.
The second Gender Equality Forum here in Brussels and online. Together with my entire team at the European Institute for Gender Equality, I am so happy to see you. Today marks the end of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, and very fittingly, it is also Human Rights Day. I am quite tempted to pick up where we left off 2 years ago at our first forum and from our commitments as later captured in my chair's statement. But today we are in a profoundly different Europe. A Europe still reeling from the realities of Russia's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine. A Europe where democracy is on thin ice, and women's rights, our hard-fought victories, are under more threat than ever before. And a European Union stepping into a new era, with fresh ambitions, with a new European Commission and European Parliament, and a strategic agenda 2024-2029. Many people were concerned with the political shift to the right in the recent European elections. Many women are frightened by the prospect of facing this new reality. But I want you all to remember that IGE is still here to continue tirelessly championing gender equality and working with Europe's political leadership in every way we can. And we will never stop. IGE, as the EU's gender equality agency, has of course always studied the realities that impact the future for gender equality. But now we are entering uncharted waters with new security threats and developments, including those that come along with artificial intelligence. These and other developments strain ongoing challenges like gender gaps and widening inequalities with added complexities. So, we have to rethink how we are going to better protect and future-proof what should be our union of equality. And that is why we are here. Actually, in fact, that is why you are here. We have, together with partners, put together a program that we believe caters to the needs of the now. The forum is built on two strategic strands: tackling gender-based violence in the EU and taking stock of gender equality in Europe now and beyond 2025. From these two strands, you can tailor your own journey by picking the sessions that resonate with you the most and then revisiting live-streamed discussions you might not have time to attend. So let me give you a glimpse of what lies ahead. The first pillar, gender-based violence. Last week, I was in Brussels for the release of the EU gender-based violence findings. And it was raised by many of us, and let me stress it again, that gender-based violence needs to be treated like what it is, a crisis, just like any other. Because gender-based violence is not an abstract issue that affects someone else. It is happening in our homes, in our workplaces, and on our streets. To the people we know and love, by the people we know and love. Giselle Pelicot, Deborah Mihailova, Diana G. The last one was murdered last week in Schaarbeek, close to these premises, by her ex-boyfriend. I'm really wondering how many more public cases and all the unreported cases will it take for the EU to get its act together to better prevent gender-based violence, protect victims, prosecute perpetrators, and support the rebuilding of lives. You will have the possibility to engage in many discussions on the GBV survey during our forum. Under the second pillar, we are going to take stock of where we stand with gender equality. You will soon hear, and it's very exciting, the latest Gender Equality Index results. And these findings, of course, frame the rest of the program under this pillar. I will give you a few examples. We're going to look critically at political participation and financial independence for building a truly equal Europe. Because barriers getting in the way of equitable resource allocation and power must be shattered. How can powerful strategies like gender mainstreaming ensure fairness? How can legislators' quotas rewrite age-old paradigms? We also have a series of strategic foresight sessions where we discuss with you scenarios on how to ensure that gender equality stays upfront in focus when developing environmental, economic, and social policies, and thus contributing to a competitive European Union. Artificial intelligence and green transition, two areas meeting in the middle more and more. How are we going to see women in all diverse situations at the forefront instead of the margins to ensure a fair and just transition? I often speak about women and men in all their diversity when discussing gender equality challenges. And we are going to unpack this with our forum program because not often it's clear to everyone what we are referring to. From young migrant women who will share the complex challenges they encounter in the EU, to women living with disabilities whose everyday experiences often go unheard. We're going to get a much needed reality check on how solutions can never be a one-size-fits-all approach. We must invest in diverse needs if we are to evolve into a more robust union of equality. And the same for challenges faced by lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and intersex communities, and those who identify as non-binary. They face many challenges because of stubborn gender stereotypes and structural inequalities. And we will also look beyond the borders of the EU with a panel focusing on geopolitical challenges. And we will hear from representatives from Ukrainian national authorities on how they have developed a gender equality index against the day-to-day survival challenges as Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine continues. And personally, I'm very happy to have you here. And why do these discussions matter more than ever? I'm sure that you have realized by now that this forum has a strategic place on this year's calendar. The Commission has announced a post-2025 gender equality strategy, as well as a roadmap for women's rights. The latter to be launched at International Women's Day 2025. And you know, this forum, I'm convinced, will support shaping these two documents. So we really rely on you for your good input. More specifically, the EU is going to ask itself these kind of challenging questions. And please take them also with you to your sessions and discussions today. How do we ensure Europe's prosperity plan for the future is inclusive in its foundations? How do we ensure that innovation is not just about technology, but about designing systems where women and underrepresented groups are leaders who enjoy equal opportunities and truly benefit from it? How do we ensure that no one, literally no one, is left behind, whether in the labor market, public spaces, or leadership roles? And how do we loosen rigid gender roles and expectations and bring more gender equality in our homes? And crucially, how do we make Europe a safer place for women and girls when 1 in 3 women still face diverse forms of violence? And this hasn't changed compared to the previous survey in 2014. And I think that's really awful. We need to hit the ground running with a mindset that gender equality is the solution, not an obstacle. Okay, back to the here and now. My team has gone to great lengths and efforts to bring a broad and diverse group of speakers and participants to this forum. We have done our utmost to reflect the diversity in the gender equality and human rights community, reflecting a rich diversity of thought. Our forum is both a place to listen and a place to be heard. In our rich program, we will be hearing from different perspectives and expertise on how we can build towards sustainable gender equality and a truly inclusive union of equality. And that brings me to our youngest participants. This is your forum as much as anyone's. Your future depends on the decisions we make now. And that is why I'm not just asking you to listen, I'm asking you to lead alongside everyone. We've worked with you for months in preparation for this forum, and we all owe it to your voices to make this forum a success. And also, a shout out to men and boys amongst us here. We need your ideas for positive allyship for gender equality and how more men and boys can get involved in what ultimately benefit them as much as women and girls. At the same time, we also need collectively to do better to recognize the specific gender equality inequalities faced by men and boys. I'm wrapping up. To see you all off, let me leave you with what success looks like for me at this forum. And it's no different from the previous one, to be honest, because success looks like clear calls to action, based on intergenerational open dialogue and different sectors taking responsibility and committing to playing an active role. I'm asking you, what is the Europe you want? Or, as President von der Leyen put it, what kind of society do we want for our children and our grandchildren? It will take the disciplined and dedicated work of many, cooperating and collaborating at all levels for true gender equality and the union of equality that I know we can achieve if we double down on efforts. Let us make the most of our time together. Before I see you again here on stage tomorrow afternoon at the closing session, I'm pleased to announce that Commissioner for Equality, Preparedness and Crisis Management, Hadja Labib, will be joining us at the closing of today. Until then, have a great start to the Forum 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Lina Galvez is the chair of the European Parliament's FEM Committee. We could not have this forum without you, because the FEM Committee defines the agenda, what needs to be done on gender equality. Lina, we can't wait to hear from you. Please, the lectern is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I'm really very glad to be here to this forum, although it is coincident with the Gender Equality Week in the Parliament. So we have also a lot of things going on there. I'm very glad because since I started to be the chair of the committee, I was also a member of the committee in the previous term. I noticed, as Carly Schiller was saying, the director of the forum and the chair of the forum and the director of the EIGE Institute for Gender Equality, that things are changing and women's rights and gender equality agenda is really under attack. Now the FEM committee is becoming, unfortunately, a kind of a cultural world place where consensus is away or a part of it. And we are listening more and more denial of gender equality, gender-based violence. We are listening more and more that the women should have the right to stay home because like this we will have, oh, Robert Vieron is here, our former chair. I inherited from him a bad moment, but anyway, so they are telling now to us that women should stay home in order to have more children, because having more children, we will have less immigrants, and that immigrants are the ones that are provoking the gender-based violence, even if the Pellico case is just an invention, or what we are seeing every day is an invention. So we have to be aware that things are changing. They are also even changing at the FEM committee. So I'm really glad to see this room full of people, full of young people, especially because we will really need to work all together in order to combat this gender backlash. It is already very present. So don't be sad for that. Don't be. We really need to, as I said, to work together to look for what we are fighting in common and to be very strong in this moment. Otherwise, we will see a real gender backlash, which we don't want to see. In any case, as I say, I'm very honored to join you as a FEM committee chair, and also because today we will have the presentation of the Gender Equality Index, which is very important, especially for policy making, because in decision making we want to or we need to be informed, and we really need to do it with quality and good data, and of course it is what the EIGE is providing us, as we will see the advances or not of gender equality with this index. And especially also because this year, this forum, it is focuses on violence against women, which, as we know, is too persistent. And we cannot call ourselves, I think, a democracy here in Europe if this gender-based violence keeps going on. It's like it is among us, and it is a kind of a huge democratic deficit. We cannot call ourselves a democracy with that. The latest European Union Violence Against Women survey that was mentioned before and conducted by EIGE, FRA, and Eurostat provide us with invaluable data. And it reveals not only the prevalence of violence, but also the barriers women face in reporting these crimes and lasting impact in their lives. This is very shocking. If you haven't seen it yet, I will invite you to do it, because it's really shocking how many women are not reporting. So our institutions are not really providing them with the instruments we really need to make it, to fight against this violence. The findings also confirm what we already know, that violence against women affects all member states, all cities, and all regions. The rates of violence may vary, of course, and the awareness may vary as well very much. But the need for action is clearly needed across the entire European Union. No member state is really immune to these crimes. And as policymakers and advocates, I think there are also people from the academia, and coming from the academia too, for many years have been in the gender studies side and not on policy making. But it is our common responsibility, but especially for policymakers, obviously, to ensure that combating violence against women remains at the very top of the European Union agenda, because it's at the core of our fundamental values, something that sometimes people forget about it, but it's real at the core of our fundamental values. So this requires determination, collaboration, and unwavering commitment. We must take these results as a call for action, a real call for action, because together we must intensify our efforts to prevent violence, protect victims, and hold perpetrators accountable, ensuring that no woman in Europe lives in fear. This is very important. And the FAN committee obviously is deeply committed to this. Let me begin with the Istanbul Convention, which remains the gold standard on the international stage for preventing and combating violence against women. The FAN Committee strongly supports this convention and calls on those member states, amazing that there are still some member states still going on without ratifying the Istanbul Convention. So we keep pushing them to do it. Every day we wait, it's a day too many for women who need its protection are really unsafe. The FEN Committee is also very proud of its work, and I'm very glad to have here Robert Biedron, that was a former chair, on the adopting the directive on combating violence against women and domestic violence. This directive, as you well know, it is vital to establishing robust measures for prevention, protection, and support for victims in the European Union. I want to thank very, very deeply everyone that advocated for the adoption of this directive. It was a collective effort, really a collective work. It was not only the Parliament, it was not only the Council, it was not also the Commission. It was a real collective work. And we are really very thankful to all of you for that common efforts. Now we have adopted the legislation, but the work has not ended. So again, we need all of you for that. Because we really need to be very active and with very open eyes regarding the implementation of the directive in every single country, also in some countries where it's not gonna be easy. And we need to work to keep working, ensuring that the definition of rape is consent-based, and we will manage. I'm sure we will manage to achieve it. You know, it wasn't possible because of the council, not because of us at the parliament. It wasn't easy, but now the problem is a bit different again on that. But never mind, we really need working on, and we will manage. And we will not rest until we see also these definitions enshrined in the European law. Also, the FAN Committee, it is a vocal advocate for the ratification and implementation of the ILO Violence and Harassment Convention. This convention addresses the critical issue of workplace violence, and we urge all member states to embrace its provision and safeguard workers, especially women, in every sectors. Our work continues. In fact, these days is continuing. Also on the Victims' Right Directive, where we must ensure that we raise the standards on the right support and protection of victims of crime, and that their access to justice is swift, effective, and respectful of the victim, which sometimes we know very well in gender-based violence. It is not at all the case, because women many times go through a kind of re-victimization through institutional violence that we really need to fight and to avoid. Finally, we are pushing for gender-based violence to be recognized as Eurocrime. This is very important, under Article 83 on the Treaty of the Functioning of the European Union. This continued to be a very difficult subject in the Council, but when we will succeed, it will ensure uniform recognition and action on gender-based violence across all member states. This protection is not just an aspiration, it is necessary, absolutely necessary, and we will continue to fight for it. So we need, again, I will ask again this call for action, because addressing violence against women and advancing gender equality requires a collective effort. Let me insist again on that, and especially in that moment where we have a very strong, with a lot of money and a lot of resources and a lot of strategies and a lot of channel in front of us, trying to do exactly the opposite of what we are trying to do. So let's work together. And obviously, we have to urge all member states, each one of us in our country, but also all of them here from the European Parliament, and also stakeholders and civil society, to collaborate closely, sharing resources, expertise, and best practices. And probably together we can make this great impact. Data-driven policy making is crucial to our success. Tools like the Gender Equality Index provide invaluable insights that must guide our strategies and actions. Let us use this tool for our fullest potential. And I will close extending my heartfelt thanks to Eige. Thank you, really, thank you very much for all this work you do. We really need this science for policy. We really need this data in order to take the best decisions and to make the best regulation for the well-being of all, and for advancing on gender equality. You make a real difference, really, on this agenda. The FAN Committee remains unwavering in its commitment to addressing violence against women and advancing gender equality. This is not just a priority for us. You could imagine for us it is our mission. We keep fighting for it. So I'm really looking forward to see the results and the presentation of the AE Gender Equality Index, to see as much as I can of the discussions. But as I said before, we have also the Gender Equality Week that at the Parliament that was postponed because of the hearings and the Commission hearings in the Parliament. But I really would like to end up this talk insisting on the difficult moment we are now, but we have the reasons in our side, we have justice in our side, we have this better future, and even we have this fairy dust in our side with us that we will really need it, and we really need to work together in order to really advance on gender equality and women's rights in every single place of Europe, and hopefully also in a single place in the world. Thank you very much.
Lina, I love your pragmatic mantra, we will manage. I feel like if we all go on a rally together, what will we do? We will manage. That's being pragmatic. You will notice, I hope you will notice in our Gender Equality Forum, the young voices, the young input. Often in forums, in conventions, in gatherings, young people are put on the sidelines when they should be at the head of the table. We are doing that. They are on our discussion table in a very big way. The president of the European Youth Forum is Raresh Voicu, and he is the final opening speaker. Raresh, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Raresh Voicu. I am the president of the European Youth Forum. I'm 22 years old, and I am incredibly excited to be with all of you here today and throughout the next days. For those of you who don't know, the European Youth Forum is the largest platform of youth organizations in the world. So we bring together more than 100 national youth councils and international youth organizations, and we represent the voices of more than 40 million young Europeans. But apart from that, at the European Youth Forum, the core of what we do is that we create spaces. Spaces for young people to speak, spaces for young people to be heard, and spaces for young people to drive change. This morning when I was on my way here, I got out of the house, I got on the metro, I got off the metro, I got on the bus, I got off the bus, I walked here, and to my head was, is this my space to take? I've learned to ask myself this question before every event, before every panel, before every meeting. Is this my space, or would someone else be better served in taking it? Speaking about leadership and allyship from men and boys. It's space. It's such a simple word, but yet it shapes everything that we do. We know that young people, regardless of their gender they identify with, face challenges that are unique to our generation. We also know that young women and young non-male identifying people face greater barriers than young men. When we speak about access to education, access to employment, access to healthcare, access to structures of political participation and political power, they are harder for non-male and actually much harder for non-male identifying young people to access and to be in. Those gaps in access, they're immense. And they can, at times, for some of us, feel absolutely insurmountable. If we reflect on the data that is showcased and that we'll have the privilege to see in the Gender Equality Index, we see some very, very striking realities. We see that the Gender Equality Index score has risen, so we're doing better overall, but we still see such disparities among member states. And the mere concept, as the chair of the FEM committee was mentioning, that you are in a position where you don't have full access to your rights because of the member state that you live in, is just inconceivable and should be inconceivable to all of us. We know that access to power, access to political power, has increased by almost 20% since 2010. It's one of the highest increasing metrics for the Gender Equality Index. And yet, we see so often women and non-male identifying people in position of powers being chronically underrepresented. We know that from an economic perspective, if this whole rights thing doesn't really speak to you, costs us hundreds of billions of euros every single year. We know that gender disparities and unpaid care work fuel cycles of poverty, fuel cycles of violence, fuel cycles of limited opportunities, especially for women and for young people. But you see, these gaps, they're not just statistics. That's the thing about them. They are spaces. Spaces that reveal where our society is falling short, where our policymaking is falling short. Spaces to speak, spaces to lead, spaces to thrive, if we use them properly. But then what do we do with all of this? It's so much, and it's all so bad, right? How do we take these gaps, the gender pay gap, the educational gap, the power gap, and transform them? I really wish I could give you an answer to this, but that would really render your participation here moot, so I would like to let you discover that. And the truth is, the work we have to do is complex, and it really takes all of us. Part of the answer, however, lies in reimagining those gaps as spaces. Because every gap we measure is also a space that is waiting to be filled one way or another, not with more inequity, but with opportunity, with inclusion, with hope. So we need to turn gaps into spaces, spaces for young people to step forward, to be heard, to lead. And our task is also to, when we sit here today, when we look at a gender equality index, to turn this data into action, to turn action into progress, and to turn progress into a future where every space is filled with equality and with opportunity. For that, what we need, and I say this as a data geek, is solid data. And I cannot stress this enough. We need policymakers who listen and engage in data-based policymaking as a responsibility and as a governing principle of how to do policymaking. And we need you as allies in this fight now more than ever. As we begin the forum, I really invite you to reflect on your spaces, on your own personal spaces, professional ones, political ones, and any other kind of space you can think of. How you can open them, how you can share them, and how you can create new spaces for those who need it the most. Make no mistake, this is a fight. It's a fight against monsters. Some of them are visible, and they're so incredibly ugly when we look them in the face, like gender-based violence. Some of them are a bit invisible and lurk in the shadows. But boy, oh boy, do we feel their presence every single day. Like patriarchy, like misogyny, like structural inequality. The bad news, to defeat those monsters, it takes a village. The good news, you've got it right here. I would really like to thank Aja for your leadership in bringing us all together and doing the fantastic work that you're doing with the Gender Equality Index, and not only. I would like to thank the sign language interpreters for making this event much more accessible, our amazing moderators, and all of you, and good luck to all of you in this upcoming 2 days of discussions, hope, and finding reason and sense for our spaces. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Raresh. The anchor to the conversations that we are going to have over the next 2 days is the Gender Equality Index. Davide Barbieri is the Statistics Officer at IGA. Please come on stage, Davide. I like the way you treated the walk-on music with such casual, relaxed, chill nature as you're about to dive into deep data.
Into deep data, yes. So?
Why is this index important? Why is it critical?
Yes, the index is important exactly because, thank you for your really nice and passionate speech that you had, both of you, and also with the Carleen before, because is the main initiative that we took more than 10 years ago to give evidence to member states, to the European Union, on the state of the gender equality in the EU. And index is based on a solid, sound, strong methodology, good quality data. And then this is what we always try to assure to stakeholders, to member states, to European Union, European Commission, exactly to measure where we are in terms of gender equality in the EU and in the member states.
Excellent. Davide, thank you.
Yes.
Key data.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and good morning also for your really nice, passionate speech. Yes, I would really start simply saying that, yes, we are in a beginning of a new term of European Commission and European Parliament. And 5 years ago, the von der Leyen's Commission set a benchmark of a cornerstone of gender equality, equality for all, as a cornerstone of their mandate. Many things happened in the last 5 years. We know very well that, first of all, COVID-19 pandemic that has affected all our lives from a social, economic point of view, the war, the aggression of war in Ukraine, and many other new challenges that comes from a long time ago. Technology, climate change, demography, geopolitical issues. And over these years, since 2013, but particularly in the last 5 years, the Gender Equality Index has been a kind of a way to see how we are on gender equality, and we follow all these changes as much as possible in our job, in our everyday job, touching upon many topics on thematic focus, but also specifically with our Gender Equality Index. So, since 2023, as I told you, the Gender Equality Index is the benchmark for gender equality in the EU. Maybe many of you already know this picture that is the structure of our Gender Equality Index. Over these more than 10 years, but specifically in the last 5 years, we always measure gender equality in several dimensions of our lives. Work, where we measure participation of women and men in the work, in the labor force, segregation, and quality of work. Then we measure money, the domain of money, in which we are trying to give evidence on how women and men are different in terms of income, earnings, risk of poverty, and distribution of income. And then the domain of knowledge in which we measure the level of achievement of women and men in education, participation in education, but still again a persistent topic of segregation in education. The domain of time is the one we are really looking carefully in the last years. For the first time 2 years ago, we started to fill a gap, data gap, by collecting data ourselves on which is the situation of caring in the EU in order to update every second year possibly the domain of time when we look at how is big the impact of caring, houseworking on the life of women and men, and on the reverse side on how much women and men spend in leisure, in their own well-being. Then the domain of power, of course, we already touched upon many times this topic. Every year we have a solid data to show how women are represented in the political areas, economic areas, and social areas of our lives. Then finally the domain of health. The domain of health in which we look at how we are perceiving our health and how we live in a healthy life, and then in the way the capacity, possibility we have to access health services in our countries. And then we have also, of course, two really important angles of analysis. One is intersectionalities, intersecting inequalities. It's really relevant since the very beginning. We look at how women and men are differently living their realities depending on their age, their family type, their educational level, their migrant background, and presence or not of disability, plus other when data are available in our system. And then violence against women. Violence against women is still a basis of gender equality in the EU. It's not part of the core index, as we always said, because mainly it's a problem, a topic that affects women mostly, even though, of course, is a problem of our society that we need, of course, to address. But it's really important to stress that structurally, violence against women is part of the gender equality index, because without eradicating gender-based violence, we cannot have full equality in our countries. So where we are today? Okay, now the ranking, the famous ranking of countries is raising. In the EU, this year we have reached 71 points of score in the Gender Equality Index. It's a tiny increase of 0.8 points compared to 2023. So we are in line, more or less, with the increase we have had in the last years. Basically, 1 point, a bit more every second year. So we are still really far from reaching gender equality in the EU and in many member states. As always, Sweden is the first country in the ranking with 82 points, but is the second year in a row in which Sweden is losing. Tiny decimals, but is losing. So again, meaning fragile gains we had in this year, also in Sweden. And then on the bottom, this year as well, Romania, 57.5. 13 countries are now above 70 points, and the three tops are the Netherlands, Denmark, and Sweden. Denmark and Netherlands are almost the same this year, so really marginal differences. On the bottom of the ranking, Romania, Hungary, and Greece. Greece. The most performing countries in terms of increase this year are Malta, Czechia, and Lithuania. Malta, Czechia, and Lithuania. And let's see now how our countries are converging. This is a technical way to say that we are getting closer to the EU. So we are getting closer, in this case, of course, on gender equality. So now, this year, we have, since 2013, 4 countries outperforming. So Spain, Germany, Luxembourg, and Austria are growing at a faster pace compared to all other EU countries. Then we have 15 countries approaching the average from above or from below the EU average. 8 countries are flattening. That is the, well, purple, light purple. This block of countries, they are flattening, means they are approaching the EU average from above. And then there is another group of catching up countries in which they are still above or slightly above the EU, but they are reaching up, catching up the EU average. Then the remaining 8 countries that are the more worrying in a way is the countries that are growing still, but at a slower pace. So they need, again, more effort, more, action policies to get closer to the EU. A few words on the level of domains, as I told you. So this is the situation of the Gender Equality Index. The lowest score is still the domain of power, like already since the very beginning, but again is the driving force of the Gender Equality Index and the equality in the EU, measured according to our Gender Equality Index. So 2.3 points more compared to last edition. And still driving without the domain of power, probably the 0.8 of increase of the gender equality index would be much, much lower. So there are good and bad news, but this is at least a good news. Second lowest domain is the domain of knowledge, still, in which even though women and girls particularly, so young women are much more educated than men, there is a trend, a reverse trend now in our society, but still this domain is highlighting more and more how the educational system is segregated. So women are choosing, girls are choosing specific paths of field of education, and boys are doing other. Third domain is the domain of time. We don't have new data this year. We will have new data next year. But the increase since the original index back in 2013 is only 3.3 points more in more than 10 years, meaning that we still don't have tackled and really afford the problem of caring in our society. So women are still keeping the burden of caring at all levels of our life, impacting, of course, all other domains like the following one, I think, that is the work domain, in which, again, as I told you, participation is the core of our domain in terms of indicators, but also segregation, again. Segregation is measured as another effect of the chain of discrimination against women, and quality of work. Quality of work is also important. Then the second domain from the top is money. In this domain, still we see, again, gender pay gaps measured in different way compared to the normal gender pay gaps we all know. But income and earnings are still, women in income and earnings are still far behind men. And as well as risk of poverty. So this is, there's been a tiny increase, 0.8, but still these are persistent topics. And then the final one is the health. Even though, yeah, we have seen many problems in the last year, is the top again, even though with a really tiny increase. It's almost stalling over the last years, I would say. And here, yes, the perceived health of women and men are more or less the same, even though there is a slightly decrease overall, and access to medical, health services are still more or less equal at the overall level of the population. Also, we see many differences at the intersectionality level. So many women, much more women than men in older age, with disability, with migrant background, are far behind the men in the same group. Yes, I think I'm almost done, and then I will have a sweet conversation with Femi at the end. So five messages, main messages from our report this year. So first of all, as I told you, we need to close the gender employment gap, because this is one of the most still relevant topics in the EU. Even though the employment rate of women is growing in the last year, but still there is a big difference between women and men. And this is also due to the chain of segregation that starts from the very early stage of our life in education, that is immediately transported to in the labor force. So, and we need to fight against segregation at all levels to unlock the potential of many women that are not on the labor market, that are not in education, and because many factors. The third factor is exactly caring. So we really need to tackle these topics. And many evidence we have that women are still holding the burden of caring, and we need to tackle also in the perspective of an aging society. Our aging societies are really in needs of care much more than in the past. Gender-based violence, of course. We already touched many times the topic. We released the data last week. And this is something that we need to, again, fight and then do whatever we can and we may to eradicate gender-based violence from our society. And then power. So we need, again, we have positive signs in the domain of power, so there is an increase of women in some areas of our lives due to many also positive actions that member states took, but at the same time there are still so many places in which women are really underrepresented compared to the population they have to represent. So I'm closing here. Hopefully we are going on producing data, we are going on analyzing data. The Gender Equality Index will be in the next year the tool for analysis to monitor gender equality in the EU and the member states, and we will go on providing evidence to policymakers, stakeholders to tackle and to get to a union of equality. Thank you so much.
I have just one question. What's next?
What's next? Well, first of all, next is the Gender Equality Forum.
No, that's what's now.
Yes, but next soon.
Yes.
So Gender Equality Forum means that, I mean, also Carlene already told you that we, with our data, with our evidence, with our analysis and research, we are feeding most of majority of the session you are participating in the next 2 days. Namely, just to name a few of them, gender-based violence in many of our sessions, caring, intersectionalities, this is another relevant topic. On gender-based violence, I mentioned that every year we have a thematic focus for the Gender Equality Index. This year we didn't manage to publish actually today, but the focus is, it was supposed and it is, gender-based violence. That data has been right now released. So, and the thematic focus will be available on February as a standalone report, but strictly connected with the full structure of the Gender Equality Index. Then Gender Equality Index of the future. Next year we will have, of course, a new release of the Gender Equality Index, but we would like to make the Gender Equality Index alive and sensitive to the changes that we have seen in the last 5-10 years since we developed the index. So we are going to slightly change, not a revolution, because the domains, the areas of concern for gender equality will stay the same, but we would like to make it, the index, sensitive to some new topics. Mental health, caring much more than it is now, ICT, STEM, so new technologies, and other strengths get good in 3-4 areas in which we would like that after 10 years to be more...
Evolution.
Yeah, exactly.
Davide Barbieri, thank you so much.
Thank you so much to you. Thanks so much to everyone. And
thank you. So I know you've all read the Gender Equality Index. If you want to review it, we have an expo area just outside, and it's dedicated to the Gender Equality Index. You can find Davide. He loves talking about the index. He has so much detail that he was ready to share with us right now. But we can do it out in the expo area. Is that okay, Davide? Fantastic. All right. Guy.
It was absolutely fantastic to hear Larry stand here, look at us seriously and say, we need more data. And I could see David in the side going, oh, bring it. Fantastic. Thank you so much. And can I just say, on the note of the laughter, you have been an absolutely fantastic audience. You've laughed at the right times, you've nodded, clapped at the right times, and looked sternly with empowerment at the right times. And we love that interaction. And because we want more interaction, especially as we move on to the panels, we would like you guys to start asking questions, but also getting involved with some polls that we're going to be running. For those of you who are here in the room, you can do it the old-fashioned way. You put your hand up, a mic will come round. For those of you who maybe don't want to speak out in the room, and for all of you online, you can do that using this magic. It's not sparkle dust, I'm afraid. It's called Slido. It's a bit less exciting. But the Slido is whenever there's an opportunity to engage, the Slido will appear with a QR code on the screen, and all you do is, as I can see many people doing now, you point your phones at it, a link will come up, and you can then ask questions for the speakers, you can take part in polls, and that will be sent to the moderator of that panel session. So thank you so much for being so interactive, and please carry on being as interactive. And if you have any difficult questions about how Slido works, Femi will be more than happy to answer them. And to take a break from the data, we're going to go back to art. So what we'll be having throughout the entire forum is an artist who's going to be doing a live illustration for us, and that is Sophie Lang. Am I right in thinking that Sophie is here and is going to come on stage? Here's Sophie. Round of applause for Sophie. So we're very excited to have you here. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing?
Yes, so So I'm going to be standing there all day. There is a big canvas, and I'm hoping that you will come up to me and you will share your thoughts about the event, and I'm going to paint a mural by the end.
Which is very exciting. So how do you capture the essence of a conference? Because I'm not an artist, but if I was asked to do it, I'd have Carleen standing here giving a dramatic speech with cannons of fairy dust either side of her. But what's your approach?
I try to listen. There is a lot that you can get from the intonation of a speaker, like when somebody's very excited about something, you can hear it when they speak. So I try to get those moments when the speaker is super excited, and I know that those are the key moments of a conversation.
Absolutely fantastic. So please do find Sophie, look at what she's doing, give her some feedback. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
And we're now going to move on to our first panel discussion. Over to you, Femi.
So our first high-level panel looks at two major issues, taking stock in Europe, where are we right now, with gender equality, and then really digging deep into gender-based violence. Why have the figures gone up? What do we do to bring those figures down? So let me invite onto stage our two opening participants and speakers, Robert Biedron, MEP. Hello, Robert. Welcome. Take a seat next to me. And Corinne Detmeier. Thank you, Corinne. "20 seconds more applause helps Corinne go from there to here. So much easier to walk across the stage when there's applause. Thank you so much. It's great to have both of you. Corinne, first of all, the Gender Equality Index. First thoughts, reactions?
Well, data are extremely important. What gets measured gets done. So that's why we need those data. And they also tell us very important things. And if I look at the domain of power, for instance, I see one thing, but I'm also thinking of another thing. Because what we need is substantial power, not formal power. And if we look, for instance, that we see that only a third of participants in international fora debating critical issues, including threats of nuclear weapons, increasing military expenditures, and the weaponization of new technologies, are women. Only a third. So that's where the real power is. So that's something that we really have to look at. And CEDAW has just issued its 40th general recommendation. We're not really satisfied anymore with the equality, because equality, we're satisfied at 33%. We need parity, which means 50%. And that is, I would encourage all of you to read the General Recommendation 40, because it gives an excellent roadmap how to get there, how to get to parity. And when I look at the index and I see the decline, decrease in the parliamentary representation, well, about a year and a half ago, there was an article in a newspaper in the Netherlands on interviewing female parliamentarians and even a cabinet minister. And they were all harassed as female politicians, and I think every female politician will recognize the misogyny that they are faced with. And the general idea was that there was not much they could do about this. But at exactly the same time, at a CEDAW session, I was quizzing the Norwegian delegation on what their measures are to protect female parliamentarians and to create an atmosphere where they are safe, because it is a duty of the government, when they have ratified the CEDAW Convention, to see to it. So it's not something, well, there's nothing to be done about it. No, go to your government. It's their job to see to it that not just you are elected as a parliamentarian, but that you are able to function as a parliamentarian to your full potential.
Robert, what resonated from what you've seen of the Gender Equality Index with you and the work that you've been doing?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy that I answered Karin's call for volunteering to be here. Because I truly believe we need boys and men on the board to solve this issue, and this index is showing it clearly, that we need participation of whole society to embrace the issues, the problems we have. And we really have the serious problems, because the disparities are clear, and we see them among different member states. And what is, for me, especially as a politician, stunning, that after so many years of existing of European Union, we have managed to standardize so many issues. We have one standard of license plates. We have one standard of telecommunication. We have one standard of banana and carrots. But we still don't have one standard on women's rights. No. And this really strikes me so much, that it's 2024. And we are still discussing these issues. We are still fighting for the things which should be so obvious for us. Like, why? And I don't understand that. So this index is like, for politicians, it should speak to our soul and mind and heart that we really went wrong way. And I feel we are in troubles, because what we see, and Corina has mentioned that, we live in the multi-crisis world now. And the tendency, unfortunately, is not the tendency which we would like to see in the decision-making processes. The focus is on defense, security, more weapons, more investing in army, more buying these espionage programs, and so on, and shrinking space for discussing gender equality. And it's clear in so many member states. It was clear also for me, and Lina must have experienced it even stronger as a current chair of the FAM committee, that we see also shrinking space for institutionalization of gender equality. It's not a coincidence. And I'm not here to really criticize, because we choose really good commissioner for equality, but it's not a coincidence that this commissioner has multitask agenda and not only equality agenda. It's not a coincidence then in the portfolio spread around the new designated commissioners at this point, there was no gender mainstreaming mentioned. It's not a coincidence. Then we are fighting for so many years for the gender equality composition in the European Council. If there is someone from European Council in this room, you know very well, you have compositions on so many issues: transportation, aviation, militarization, security, youth, whatever you can imagine, except one, gender equality. Nothing on that. And unfortunately, with this term of the European Parliament, Council, and Commission, I see very little space for improvement.
Good. Let me quote back Varesh from a few moments ago. He said, "So much is so bad." We've asked you to take stock of what's happening in Europe now and beyond. What would you point to? What concerns you? And what also gives you joy? What also
gives you joy?
Gives you joy. I know you weren't expecting joy in this conversation, but I'm putting it in there too.
Okay.
Good question.
Well, I've been a juvenile judge for a long time, and people ask me, how can you do that? Because there's so much that's not going well. And I always would say there are small steps that are going well, and that gives me the courage or also the will to really work at that in that field. And I think the same goes with women. But women's rights. But I must say, it's also kind of hard, because I agree with Robert. Why is there not one commissioner for women's rights? We don't have a minister in the Netherlands for women's rights. It's just somewhere at some ministry. Some countries do have it, and I think that is very good. I was asked also to give some global perspective, from the CEDAW point of view on the outcomes of the index. And it was kind of like, aren't we doing a better job as EU than other countries? It wasn't said outright, but it was kind of implied. And how does CEDAW look at those countries that are lagging behind or at the forefront? Well, basically, we look at we treat all state parties the same. We only treat Sweden a little bit more harshly because, of course, if they are at the top, then they have these higher standards, but that goes for all the Nordics. But basically, the issues that are brought forward always are a right to safe abortion, no child marriage, no female genital mutilation, no gender-based violence, no femicide. And we heard earlier that we are in a crisis of gender-based violence, and specifically from those that we know that are family. I'm not denying that we're in that crisis, but when you say that, it's as if it's a new problem, and it isn't. It's just a problem that we're now seeing. We've had gender-based violence within the families. I mean, rape within marriage was not a criminal offense. And governments would say, I'm old enough to remember that, what happens behind the front door is not the government's responsibility, but it is. And now we see that behind that front door, we need women and children, and men too, of course, to be safe. And that is the government's, it's their job to see to that. So it gives me joy that we see that. If I look at that, it gives me joy that when we had a femicide in the Netherlands 2 years ago, it would be said, oh, we don't understand, such a nice young man, so polite, and what happened here? He just murdered his wife and 3 children? Nobody would have expected that. The word femicide would not be seen anywhere. Now we see in chocolate letters, as we say in the Netherlands, we see the words femicide. And I think that is changing all over. That doesn't, we still have to do a lot about it because it's huge. And we cannot, as we've done several years ago say, oh, maybe these are people who are new to our country. No, it happens everywhere, in every age, in every social background, every race. There's no, you can't pinpoint a specific group. So that's really something that governments have to fight.
Robert, before I go to you, I'm going to give a little stealth message to the audio team. I would like microphones in the room right now, because in 5 minutes, I feel the thoughts and the questions coming from the forum audience. I'm not going to make you have to wait any longer, but I do need those microphones in place. So whoever's mic wrangling, please bring the microphones now, and then in 5 minutes' time, when Robert's finished speaking, we can then go to your questions, your thoughts for Robert and Corinne before we move on with the rest of this session. Robert, sorry to interrupt your thought process. Go ahead.
Well, I fully agree with Corina with the progress we have made, because if we would not be here 100 years ago, no, probably we wouldn't be here. But I'm fed up with the slow progress we are making on issues. I get estimates that we need 60 years to reach full gender equality in European Union. 60 years, imagine. In 60 years, probably most of us, you're very young, but most of us won't be alive. In 60 years, most of the professions we do now won't exist. In 60 years, there will be probably, because of the climate catastrophe, palms growing in Brussels, and finally the sun will shine in Brussels. 60 years, unimaginable, to have sun in Brussels. This will happen. We need 300 years. In this space, if we do it this way, 300 years to achieve it globally. I can't wait, because it's about real lives. It's about real girls, real women, my mother, my sister, my friends, my female colleagues, my female advisor who is today with me here. It's about us. And I don't want to wait for that. And what is good, and I'm so happy with that there are so many women who know that they have rights and they do not hesitate to use these rights. And I think this should be also, we should be in solidarity with all of these movements. I come from Poland. I come from Poland, where we still have one of the most barbaric registration on abortion. This legislation introduced by the former government has killed, really killed, women. I come from Poland, where we had the real pregnancy registration. It rings the bell. It's like from the Handmaid's Tale. We had the register where all pregnancies were registered, and police or the national prosecutor could step in and find out why women terminated her pregnancy. And I know, and I really believe in that, when we are in solidarity, when we look for synergies, when we do it in a smart way, we really win. And I know also, because I know so many brave women, that women are unstoppable. And this is a great thing. And this is what all of these sexist, misogynies, all these terrible men, and some women are the most afraid, that you are unstoppable. Thanks, God.
Robert, shamelessly playing to the audience. Let me see where your questions, your thoughts are. Please stand up. Okay, I see that hand. Can you stand up and a microphone will come right to you? Put your hand up, a microphone will fly into your hand. Fantastic. Please say who you are.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anna Kuprava from Georgia. I'm a Young European Ambassador representing EU Neighbors East project, and it's a pleasure to be here with all these wonderful people. Thank you so much for your wonderful speeches and aspirations. And my question is about the legislation on gender violence or violence against the women. on domestic and European level. As you already addressed, there's a lot of directives, hard law on EU level, which is awesome, and it's regulating all different aspects. But what are the main issues which you could not really coordinate together to create this kind of directive, or didn't really work out that well, and how it's changing now? Because I think there's also one of the workshops later about that. But still, I would love to hear about your opinion as someone who is already working in European Parliament. And thank you so much.
Good question. Thank you.
Would you like to answer?
Yeah. No, you can answer. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah. I think we made a lot of progress, by the way. The last legislation was really very fruitful. I'm sure Simone Weil, who established FAM Committee, I think in 1979, if she is somewhere, she must be very proud of Lina continuing this work and so on. We made progress on ratification and entering into Istanbul Convention, which Georgia, I don't know, are you a part of? You are.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. I keep fingers crossed for Georgia, by the way, on many other issues. So we entered the Istanbul Convention. We have a good, Lina has mentioned, directive on gender-based violence. But of course, there is still much work to do. I think the committee in European Parliament, which has delivered so much together with European Commission, the Council, with the help with EIGE, I must always mention, and civil society organizations. I think what now is important is the implementation. Implementation in member states. This is very important because we have already the tools, but we still do not have it in practice. We don't see it working yet in all the member states to have the same standard everywhere. And I think this is the greatest challenge. And so I think the Lina's Committee on Women's Rights and Gender Equality should be renamed for Women's Rights, Gender Equality and Implementation Committee.
Ooh, no pressure.
Yeah, well, there is so much to implement now. They will deliver because they are great on that. And of course, and Lina again mentioned that, the lack of the definition on consent. This is the issue which we were fighting for. Unfortunately, to the blockage of the Council, we didn't succeed, but I think this is one of the issues where we have much to do. And last but not least, very shortly, I think we live really in the difficult times where we need all these tools. Again, I come from Poland, and as a politician, I witnessed the situation where a girl raped by Russian soldiers from Ukraine came to Poland, and she asked for termination of her pregnancy. And that could not be done, because to terminate her pregnancy, she had to add the proof from the police or the prosecutor, and she didn't have, and she was refused. I don't want to have it anymore, this situation, so that's why it's so important that we will apply a good legislation as soon as possible.
Corinne, briefly, you had
Yes.
something more to add, and then we've got another question.
Okay, I think it is a story like that gets to the heart. But it also got to the heart of CEDAW, the UN Human Rights Committee, because we did an inquiry into Poland specifically on the abortion situation there and the bad situation there. Of course, with the cooperation of the Polish government, but still, we came up with recommendations and quite harsh findings. And I think that where the EU could get a step forward is helping CEDAW to get more visible, because with CEDAW, you have tools like you can have your individual violations. You can go as an individual to the committee to have the committee look at those violations, but also as a group. When you say in our country, like Poland, NGOs can come forward and say, the situation on abortion in our country is just too bad. Please, CEDAW, come and do an inquiry. And a lot of countries could, or NGOs, could benefit from that. And I think the EU has a role to play in helping to get the visibility there. We have been in office more than 40 years, and yet the visibility is, I'm sorry to say, not good enough. Yeah. The visibility of the Children's Rights Convention is much more visible. Why is that? Well, children are nice. You can, sort of, women, no, forget it. But this is one of the problems that we face. Women, isn't it enough? Aren't you there yet? Do you still need more? And that is something that holds us back and gives us this backlash. So that's my answer.
Good morning. You're already standing. Yes. Put your hand up. The mic will come to it.
Hello. My name is Penelope. I am a German student currently studying my human rights law master in France. And I think the conversation around consent is super, super important. But I would also like to ask a question about the other side of the coin, let's say. For those of you who can't see me right now, I use a wheelchair because of a birth defect that I entailed. And I would like to just ask a question regarding EU legislation and the lack of it surrounding the forced sterilization of people, especially women with disabilities. Because a recent New York Times study found that even though many member states of the EU have, of course, ratified the Istanbul Convention, which outlaws forced sterilization, a third of EU member states still make exceptions for those with disabilities who they deem too disabled to consent. So I would like to ask how the EU plans to integrate disabled people, especially disabled people with uteruses, into their definition of consent, and how we can stop forced sterilization.
I can start. I can't really say anything about the EU, so that part of your question I can't answer, but I can say something about CEDAW, because just in October, we gave a decision on forced sterilization of indigenous women in Peru, and this has been a landmark decision of CEDAW, and it also shows what CEDAW can do. And so this is what I would like to, again, tell you on what on a global level would be possible. And of course, the EU is part of this global playing field. And then I think Robert is more apt to answer the rest of your question.
Well, there's this very good question, picturing, unfortunately, greater phenomenon of where EU can step in and where EU cannot step in. And the member states, and always sometimes Commission or the Council, rarely Parliament, because Parliament is much more progressive on that, is using this excuse that this is not a competence of EU, because the health is still a competence of the member states. And they are using this excuse not to integrate into these issues and the forced sterilization, which is a barbaric practice, in my opinion, and I hope you all agree with that, is one of these issues. I completely disagree with this approach. I completely disagree that EU is not to deliver on health issues. Why? Because we have examples on that. EU already has break the treaties on that during the pandemic. COVID-19 showed us clearly that when EU wants to overuse the power, it finds the ways. So why the Council and the Commission is not trying to find a way how to save real lives. Because we are not only talking about forced sterilization, it's also an issue of sexual and reproductive health and rights, including abortion. This is also where we often hear, well, the commissioner will come here, she's a great commissioner, but she also during the hearing said, well, this is not my competence. This is up to the member states. But we should keep pushing and asking, so why you are stepping in other fields where you have no competences, and on these, where that's of course shaky and politically fragile, and maybe this is not the ground where you all would like to deal with, why you are not entering there, where it's about real lives of women and girls, and very often also boys and men concerning sexual and reproductive health and rights. Why you're not stepping there? And this is the question I leave you for the Council and the Commission.
Corinne, Robert, thank you so much for helping us take stock of gender equality in Europe right now and then looking beyond 2025. We really appreciate you being on the stage. I will walk you to the steps.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Just before Guy moves on with the next section, I'm going to ask Adriana Costapoulou to come onto stage. Thank you. Come this way. Thank you very much. And also Anna Collins-Falk. And if you just sit here and here, you'll be ready for the next section. Thank you, Anna. Please sit here. Wonderful. Thank you. Guy, over to you.
Thank you so much, Femi, and also to our fantastic panelists. What we want to do is for each panel is to make sure that we have the IGA perspective from the researchers who worked to produce that data. And joining us already on the stage, are you going to walk to the applause? You missed that. Already on the stage, we have our IGA colleague, Christina Fabre, who is the team leader for combating gender-based violence and contributed a lot to the research that we've all seen and heard about. So my first question to you is, this research was huge. It was a combination of efforts from Eurostat, from the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights, and the European Institute for Gender Equality. There were responses from over 115,000 people, and lots of people aren't happy with the 1 in 3 statistic specifically and many other things, and they might look at that data and say Europe is not making progress. So my first question is, what would you say to these people?
Well, if we talk about prevalence rates, then it's true that
Can we get her mic turned on?
Can you hear me? No? Hello?
Yeah, we've got the hand. We can use the hand mic. Thank you.
So, yes. So if we talk about prevalence rates, yes, for sure that we have not made any progress, so that the prevalence rates are similar that there were 10 years ago. And still, like as you say, 1 in 3 women in the EU experience violence, 1 in 5 experience intimate partner violence, 1 in 3 experience sexual violence or harassment at the workplace, and 3.8 women. 3.8 women now?
Yeah,
okay. Then 3.8 women has disclosed being victims of rape in the European Union, which means like 14 million of females. So that, then I know that we cannot talk a lot about data, but let me give you like 2 more points. Like if we check the European Barometer,
I think maybe just face that way a bit more. It seems to be saying. See if that makes a difference. Sorry.
Yeah, no. That if we look at the data from the Eurobarometer that was published last November, we see that apologize for this. Then we see that it makes weird. So that 72% of the respondents just disagree with the statement that says that women often make up or exaggerate claims of abuse or rape. And also 72% totally disagree, and 15 tend to disagree with the statement that says that domestic violence is a private matter and should be handled within the family. So this means that almost 1 in 3 people still in the European Union thinks that women fabricate or exaggerate claims of sexual violence, and that 2 in 10 still thinks that domestic violence is a private issue that should remain hidden or unspoken. So we have made quite a lot of progress, I would say, in these 10 years, but not when we are talking about the social and cultural norms. So there are still persisting cultural and social challenges that we need to tackle, and there are a lot of cultural norms across some member states.
We didn't think it was going to be like this.
Sorry, is it possible to make sure that the audio team, we're just hearing from our mics and nothing else?
But it is not new, at least not for us. We read the paper, a survey, a stat. This is the same data, the same story we expect. And we wonder, it shouldn't be like this. History, it's said, happens in waves, inherent in the movement of a planet, inherent in the tide that breaks on shore. Water might be fluid, but persistent, and where the waves retreat, they leave a trace. Movement leaves the landscape changed. We talked of gaps, of cracks, of holes and inconsistencies. Through gaps, we fall, we disappear. But spaces, rightly said, can be protective. In spaces, we don't have to scream so loudly to be heard.
Grateful, and I'm sorry, and hopefully...
Golden grit, pluck tenacity.
I'm not sure if it was pre-recorded or someone was just practicing live and we were hearing it. Maybe we'll find out later. I'm so sorry, Christina. Continue.
No worries. So I was saying that from the gender equality perspective, we need to tackle all these cultural and social norms. We need to tackle systemic and structural challenges and inequalities, but we also need to acknowledge that we have achieved like 2 main milestones. That is the ratification of the Istanbul Convention and also the adoption of the EU directive. And it's very important that the EU directive also criminalize like some forms of cyber violence, and mainly if we don't want to see this prevalence rate still increasing. And I was also delighted to listen to the president of the FEM committee that saying that we need to strengthen our legal frameworks in the sense that we need also to move from these kind of outdated notions of force and intention towards consent-based, so that we need to ensure that the individual's agency and also we need to ensure the individual's rights in deciding about their bodies, their identities, and their images. And I'm talking not only about the rape consent-based definition of rape, but also deep fakes, for instance. So cyber violence is posing a lot of risk at the women, and we need also to strengthen the legal frameworks and the enforcement of these legal frameworks.
Absolutely. We have a panel on cyber violence later today. So one of the things that strikes me is that the problem is incredibly multifaceted, and a big problem is getting people to agree that there is a problem, and then once we've overcome that hurdle, it's how do we actually implement it? And that brings me on to a question about metrics. And what's the most valuable metric that you think that member state countries should be looking at? For example, should they be looking at the number of incidents of violence reported to the police?
It has been said this morning that data is very important, and we say that the better data, better policy. So that I think that member states should look at different data sources. So for sure, administrative data, but also always in combination with dedicated population-based surveys, and also with qualitative research on social and cultural and the roots of violence. We have seen that in the survey as well, that most of the women don't report the violence to the police. It's only 13.7 female that reported the experience of violence. So that the police data shows us only a portion of the total extent of violence against women. But I do think that we need to use that police data. And I do think that we need police data also because violence against women it's a fundamental rights violation. And what does it mean? This means that member states had to be accountable of addressing violence against women. And to be accountable, we need administrative data. We need to be able to monitor the institutional response, and we need to be able to monitor the outcomes for victims and perpetrators. And only with police data we can measure this. Let me just give you an example that EIGE is collecting administrative data from the police and justice sector on different forms of violence. And by the way, next month we are going to publish country profiles with this new administrative data. And if we check only one indicator, that it's femicide, or the narrow definition of intentional killing of women by their intimate partners or family members, we see that almost 800 women were killed in 2022, and which means more than 2 per day. But this data comes only from 17 member states. There are still 10 member states at the European Union that cannot disaggregate the data by sex of the victim and the perpetrator, and by relationship of a victim and perpetrator. And if we don't have comprehensive data, we don't know the phenomenon that we want to tackle. So very rarely we will have effective policies if we don't understand, we don't know the problem. But we won't be able to monitor the implementation of the policies, and for sure we won't be able to monitor the effectiveness of these strategies. So that I think that, as I said, compilation or combination of different data sources, but for sure to hold member states accountable, we need police data.
From my perspective, listening to this, it's hard to know what to be most outraged about, whether it's the results we have, the results we can't get hold of, or people's response to them sometimes. It's incredibly complicated, and it gives us a very fascinating insight into the work that you do. If you can, very, very, very quickly for the last question, because I get told off afterwards, what else do you think, what's the most important thing that you think the survey tells us that you want member states to listen to and take away?
For me, one of the main disappointments of the survey is that still only 13.4 females reach out to the police, but that there are 64 women that disclose violence only to the close persons, so family members or friends. So this means that women still cope with the consequences of violence on their own. And we do know that the specialized support services are key if we want female women to leave the violent situation. And we saw from the survey as well that only 6.4% of women reach out to a specialized support service. So this means that if we expect women on their own to leave the situation of violence, it rarely will happen. So we need to strengthen the specialized support services, and we need also to remove the barriers that women still face in accessing justice and in accessing support services. And we have seen across the countries that there are different reasons why women does not still reach to the specialized support services. And it can be cultural factors, that in some countries barely these specialized support services exist, that some are moving towards gender-neutral approaches, so meaning that they are losing focus on the specific needs of women's victims of violence. There are understaffed, there are underfunded, but we need also to look into the cultural factors and how to remove shame and blame on victims, how to make safe spaces and safe reporting. So that I'm just, I just want I'm eager to learn from the panelists about the specific measures and specific strategies that they are aware of, and just to learn about their expertise and their knowledge.
Thank you so much. If you don't know Christina, that was the fastest she's ever answered a question. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Well done. I just quickly say that it's so important that this work is happening, and a huge thank you to you for leading that project, and also to all of the team for EIGE. I'm now going to hand back to Femi.
Thank you both. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I would like one more live microphone to come to the stage so that we have two, because we lost the microphone while Christina was battling the audio technicians. See if we could get some audio. So I would like one more microphone. Thank you. Perfect. Excellent. All right, so in this part of our high-level panel, we are going to be looking at tackling gender-based violence in the EU. Anna, Adriana, it's so good to have you on stage. Thank you for waiting and listening through Christina's presentation. Anna, can you explain where you're from, and Adriana as well, so they understand, so that the forum understands the perspective that you're bringing to this part of our panel?
Thank you.
Keep talking.
Okay, is this on?
Keep talking a little bit more.
Okay. Hello.
All right, Adriana, hand your microphone over to Anna. And I will hand this one to the dustbin.
Okay, I think this is working.
Great.
I'm honored to be here. I'm Anna Collins-Falk from the Swedish Gender Equality Agency, the government agency charged with tackling, both monitoring, analyzing, and supporting the implementation of Sweden's gender equality policy, including the national strategy on prevention and combating men's violence against women. So I think, if I'm to be really honest, I presume I'm here as a member state, both leading the Gender Equality Index, but also somehow leading in the gender-based violence survey, which is not quite as honorable. But I will explain why.
Hello from my side as well. So I'm representing Grevio, which is the monitoring body established by the Istanbul Convention. And since we have youth participants also, to explain that the Istanbul Convention is the Council of Europe Convention on preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence. It's the most far-reaching instrument in this field. And I can also acknowledge the presence of two other members of Grevio. Can I see you, dear Pile and Pascal? Yes. We have a great team. So I'm here as a monitoring body, and I can also start by saying that I have a confession to make. I feel very pleased, glad to be here, and thank you very much, Sheila and Eige, for this invitation. It's a great opportunity. It's a pivotal time for us to discuss this very important issue and to see how we can empower women, empower young women, how we can hold accountable the perpetrators. But at the same time, I have a feeling of great responsibility. And perhaps you do as well. A responsibility because, Anna and Femi, what are we discussing right now? It's reason number one why women are held back in their personal achievements, in their professional life, in their educational attainments, and so on. So it is very, very alarming.
Adriana, when you look at tackling global based violence in the EU, you talk about a holistic approach. Can you unpack that for us, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start by saying and reiterating Carlene's words that data is awful, data is shocking. 1 in 3 still, and why? What is wrong? What's happening? We do need a holistic approach. We cannot live only with isolated measures in one sector or another. The Istanbul Convention, what it offers is this exactly comprehensive holistic approach, which is based in 4 pillars: prevention, protection, prosecution, and integrated policies. So what we say is that in Grevio, we are the navigation tool for states. We offer tailor-made guidance for states to see where they lag behind, what they can improve, which are their strengths, what can be done better. First of all, we need, alongside this comprehensive approach, political will, but not any political will which is driven by true desire to bring meaningful change. So this is extremely important. We need also the resources. We need time and the guidance, which is very, very precious.
Could I pick up on some of that? I think we've had president of the CEDAW committee, and now we have Council of Europe, Diana here. And I think that's been really helpful for Sweden as a member state to be held to account that we have a gold standard in the Istanbul Convention, which has informed our 10-year national strategy on combating and preventing men's violence against women, and also the definitions. But this we have put in the context of work that should be, or that is gender transformative. We're looking at power relations. So for us in Sweden, our work on gender-based violence is very much part of our work on promoting gender equality and women's rights. And it's one of our 6 sub-goals, just as very similar to the ones of the domains that you have seen in IGE. So I think that really speaks to, it is a holistic approach from prevention all the way to prosecution, but it's also very much an integral part. So we can now say that, yes, we've made a lot of progress, but that's based on a lot of the legislation. We heard earlier mention of consent-based sexual offense legislation, rape. We've had a lot of big reforms that took place in the 70s and 80s and 90s that really give us a strong foundation to continue our work. 60 years ago, we had the law on rape in marriage, and that has really changed attitudes. We have laws when it comes to women's integrity, kind of women's safety. And we have a lot of other legislation that we can rely on. But apart from that, laws that empower women, women's economic empowerment, we sometimes talk about economic violence, but we need to talk about women's economic empowerment to have the power to leave a destructive or violent relationship is really, really important. So to have individual taxation, that's a law we brought in. To have women participate in the labor force, make your own money, and to be able to keep that money. We have subsidized quality childcare and elderly care. I think that's probably, or we see that that's probably one of the most important drivers for gender equality, and especially for economic empowerment and labor force participation, obviously. So these all interact when we're trying to both protect and support victims and survivors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. What you're saying is very, very important. If I can bring a very brief overview of some key findings that we have reached in Grevio at a European level. So we see a mixed picture, let's say, with progress in some areas, but also areas where states really lag behind. Areas where we have identified progress are national policies. We see more and more states really taking measures to adopt comprehensive national action plans which are based on the definitions, objectives of the Istanbul Convention, which is very positive. Also, we have seen better measures in terms of supporting victim specialized support services, both quality of services, but also number of services, including shelters, are increasing progressively. At the same time, we see legislative reforms. It has been addressed several times today. Yes, law change, that's extremely important, but it is the starting point. Even the best piece of legislation is not enough. We need efficient implementation. And I would like to bring a keyword here, which is training. We haven't discussed this yet. Training of professionals who will be asked to implement efficiently this legislation. And this is an area where Grevio really has found a lot of gaps which need to be turned into spaces, if I can use the word of our youth participants. So we need to invest a lot into training, and I think to change the mentalities, of course, of all professionals who, in one way or another, will come in contact with women victims.
I think you put the finger on one of our biggest challenges, because we've identified this as well, capacity development and training. Some of the examples of work in progress, we included in tertiary education in the curricula of a number, I think it's 8 or 9 educations, also violence against women and understanding of that. It's also a way of supporting detection, early detection of violence against women. But importantly, moving beyond the capacity, we have a lot of support, guidance material. I think one of the important guidance materials we have, and I like the title of it, it says, "This can't wait." And it's method support, it's guidance, it's for professionals, because not everyone is an expert in this field, and where do you turn? And that's being developed even further on how to use that. It's also available on our website, but this really can't wait. But again, beyond capacity development of professionals, both government authorities, but especially civil society, and not the least, schools are very important, because we're touching now on social norms and attitudes to gender equality and to gender-based violence and relationships. It touches on what we're doing in comprehensive sexuality education. We've changed that. It's now about sex and relationships, and it's about very much how do you relate to each other. So in schools, at a very early stage, children are taught this. They're also brought to, how do you call this, youth centers and so on. I just wanted to mention, because it's a generational thing, whereas my mother's age, when my mother just passed away, so I'm a little bit sensitive about that, but you know, she got married before rape in marriage was illegal. I went to university when we got other legislation. My daughter was old enough that she didn't, consent-based legislation in 2018 didn't exist, but my son did. And he came home one day from school with a bag of condoms. And I said, "Whoop!" You know, it was a bit early, I thought. You know, I didn't see him in a relationship. And I said,
how old?
Oh, I think it was 15. And then, well, 14 actually, 14. And it says, "Oh no, this is the second time they brought us there." And he was like, "Ah." I said, "Well, that's good, you know." I was like, "Yeah, and what else did they tell you?" Yeah, we're told about consent-based, but he didn't say the word consent-based. And I said, I was trying to get to, what are you going to say now? And he said, "Oh, yeah, and if you have sex with somebody, you're meant to ask them, is this okay with you? Okay with you? Okay with you?" At every stage. Otherwise, it's a crime. Mommy, it's a crime. It's criminal.
What was your face, Anna, doing as your dear 14-year-old was telling you this?
Yeah, so it's like, good, just very good, you know, respect and so on. But again, knowing this, that it's an attitude, and I think that's also part of what we sometimes say is the Nordic paradox. Yes, alarming and terrible situation when it comes to gender-based violence, but we're the same situation with many other European member states. But we do have the advantage to build on now, that we do have a strong societal level, how do you say, acceptance that we have to combat gender-based violence. It is not acceptable, and it is a crime. So having that brought out, and when we bring legislation, such as the consent-based legislation, a government authority was actually financed and given a big assignment to spread that information to the general public as well. So information awareness is important. And I wanted to give you another practical example. We're targeting youth as well. One is called Jealousy is Not Romantic. Because when you're young, oh, he's jealous, this is so romantic, he really loves me, you know. Not good. So this is a recurring campaign, but it's also beyond a campaign with support material, with guidance and so forth, to really focusing on youth relationships so that you can have a healthy relationship and that you start thinking about what constitutes violence in a relationship. And I think we're you know, this is all work in progress. We're doing it every year, but things like that are important.
I'm going to bring in some questions and thoughts from Slido. So that's our virtual audience and also people in the room who would like to just submit their questions. So discussions on gender inequality seem to focus a lot on inequality of GBV against women. How do we include people from other marginalized groups, LGBTQI+ community, different ethnicities, people with disabilities in these discussions, and then have real policies?
Yes, very important question. The Istanbul Convention provides for this intersectional approach, which is extremely important in all measures that governments have to take at policy level. When we talk about comprehensive policy frameworks, this is exactly what we mean. Policy making, policy development, having into account the intersectional dimension. Because we have to have in mind that all legislative initiatives, policy making initiatives, have to be based on real life experiences. And this is exactly the example with rape. Let's be honest, legislator, and especially legislations that till now in some countries require the criminalization of the offense of rape based on the existence of threat or of force, they have been made by men in the majority in the legislative parliaments. But they are not based on lived experiences. There is not a right or a wrong reaction to rape. Many women will freeze. We don't have the dilemma between fight or flight. You may freeze. You may flop. You may even befriend the perpetrator. So the legislator should have this in mind. And of course, the intersectional dimension and dimension of all these women who are exposed increasingly in gender-based violence should be in mind of governments. But also, I would like to bring on board the fact that women that have this intersectional dimension and are also victims of discrimination more generally, they have increased barriers in accessing shelters, accessing services, accessing justice. So it is very important to have this holistic approach.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And we provide a lot of training, or there is a lot of training provided in Sweden by various institutions and authorities, whether it's police, prosecutors, judges, and so forth. But to get back to your question regarding inclusion, we always have to have an intersectional perspective in our analysis, as well as in our data collection and so forth. By doing that, we've actually pinpointed recently some specific groups. One of the areas is, we've launched a report on that, is violence against elderly women, which actually has created quite some debate. It's been underreported and it's not been discussed that much. But we've also looked at, we have a focus on on violence against women in an honor context as well, honor-based violence and oppression, which is quite challenging, and we're working on that both in awareness and in an approach to support that and provide services that reach out.
Anna, but both those cases still involve women who are very important, but the question was broader than that. It's like, GBV, you always talk about women, but there's a whole spectrum out there.
These involve women, but if you're working on honor-based violence, there are also men who are victims in that situation. But I think we also have a very clear focus that we work with men and boys, both as allies and to engage for gender equality and to prevent men's violence against women, and also very strong civil society organizations, which are absolutely crucial to work with. But then also looking at intersections, whether it's people with disabilities, whether it's migrant women or people newly arrived in our country, we can really see the difference. And there I want to highlight the example that if you are a refugee and have recently come to Sweden, the awareness and understanding even of your rights and the social norms there is a big challenge, and to also overcome the challenges to seek the support if you're a victim or survivor of violence.
I have another question that's been submitted on Slido. This one is from Gorhan Demira, and Gorhan has a theory that we have to start with tackling problems regarding democracy, rule of law, and protection of fundamental rights to solve problems related to gender equality, particularly gender-based violence. Goran believes that that would be a much more effective and sustainable way of tackling GBV. Democracy, human rights first, then you're going to sort out GBV.
Absolutely. Yes. When we say gender-based violence is a human rights violation, this is exactly what we mean. It's a very good approach indeed. And as it was mentioned in the beginning this morning, addressing gender-based violence and combating gender-based violence is not a luxury, is not an option, it's democracy. It's at the heart of democracy. So it's the same as with regard to consent. It's the foundation of democracy, consent. It's nothing more, nothing less. Why are we fearing consent so much? So it is indeed these democratic values and rule of law that are the foundation of all these efforts.
And I'm going to give you a different question, because I saw
like
you
that
not...
question.
Yeah, you like that one? All right, go ahead on that one, briefly.
I just wanted to say that it's very much, anything we do on gender equality and women's rights, gender-based violence is very much part of that. And for Sweden, we see that it's really the ultimate expression of inequality and human rights violation in the form of gender-based violence. I mean, what can be worse? I mean, femicide, for the example. So it very much informs what we do. And we also have a power analysis as part of that. So yes, human rights-based. I mean, we see the Sustainable Development Goals, I think, even have a pin here on number 5, and how it's all interconnected.
This last question is from Aurora Lentz, and she's submitted this via Slido. And she's made note of what she's seen and heard so far. We share the same views, values, and goals. Nodding, 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 okay. How do we translate all of this content to actually make change happen? If we all agree, who are we changing minds, hearts and minds? Anna, just very briefly, 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Now, well, I think we need to really focus on implementation, and we need to support the various institutions and those who drive change, whether it's the youth, civil society, and holding government and government authorities to account in doing this. So we need to learn from each other, like today. So moving ahead and not stopping in this way. But we've also seen that government has to take the leadership and actually give instructions for this to happen. Mm-hmm. That's a way of holding governments to account. But you also have to fund it. And to make sure you don't throw the funding at any interesting initiative. We have one example where we're funding, our agency is providing funding for prevention of gender-based violence. And it's available to civil society organizations, but also to local government municipalities. And it's one of the requirements is that it's research-based or evidence-based in that sense, so that they cooperate with research institutions or universities,
okay.
You know, to know what really works and move on implementation. I love that word our previous panels was talking. Yeah. Implementation.
I'm going to implement
Let's
you handing the microphone to Adriana. All right.
You don't have consent, not. That's an excellent question. Thank you very much. I think that we all agree in terms of the destination, the objective, but not necessarily on how to achieve this. So the 1 in 3 result of the gender-based violence survey for me represents, you know what, missed opportunities. Missed opportunities for hundreds and hundreds of women where there were no prevention, no protection for them. And I think we really need to invest on primary prevention with a large-scale, comprehensive efforts, and to tackle, to address the underlying causes, the root causes in society. This is extremely important.
Mm. Adriana, Anna, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Great. So you may have remembered that right at the beginning of the morning, around about 10:15, we met Mixi and Najat, and they opened up with a way of thinking of art and social justice mixed together. They have been following our sessions this morning and making notes, and they've turned that into a final presentation that they're going to do artistically. They're walking towards me now. I will walk off the stage just before we head to lunch. Thank you.
Hi. You may have heard us rehearse, but that just proves that this is all written in the moment, and this was not written somewhere else. Thank you. We're going to give you this moment. Voila. We didn't think it was going to be like this. We hear the numbers, we hear the news, we read the paper or survey, a stat. This is the same data story we expect. And we wonder, it shouldn't be like this? History, it said, happens in waves, inherent in the movement of a planet, inherent in the tide that breaks on shore. Water might be fluid, but persistent. And where the waves retreat, they leave a trace. Movement leaves the landscape changed. We talked of gaps, of cracks, of holes and inconsistencies. Through gaps we fall, we disappear. But spaces, rightly said, can be protective. In spaces we don't have to scream so loudly to be heard. Reclaim the gaps with waves of purple perseverance, golden grit, with pluck, tenacity, and dressed in rainbows, we together walk towards equality.
We didn't think it would turn out like this. The need to repeat again and again awful statistics. Numbers and debates help us to point out what's going on. I'm not a member from the 4 non-blondes, but I could write the beginning of a gathering song. Hope is in ruins, but voice gather to say we will manage, from the biggest city like Brussels or the smallest like Manage. To defeat what brings us down, it takes a village, the need to create new ways, even if it's a fragile path. Inclusivity, safe space, is now part of more and more people's DNA. While I grew up in a decade with the mediatic harassment of Princess Diana, we have to learn from the past and from what we can design Artificial intelligence nor new tools might be great, but will stay problematic if they reflect gender-based discrimination. Younger, we then ask about the pronouns. Glad that our badges today reflects these aspects in this forum. Inclusivity is bigger and is part of so many details. That's why when defining an index, 7 dimensions should prevail.
We didn't think it was going to be like this. We can't change history, but we can change policy. We can change the future. Double down, lean in, eyes open, speak up, fight back, stay strong, but breathe. Resist, take stands, but take breaks. And take care of yourself and of each other. We have justice in our sight, but this is a collective effort.
This is a collective fight.
Breathe in, lock eyes, hold hands. Perhaps one day our space will rival paradise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take breaks, take a lunch break. The restaurant is right down the corridor. You will find it. We will break until 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, you've got your parallel workshop sections. You've already registered for them. If you haven't, go to a workshop that looks fairly open and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Am I forgetting something? No.
1, 2, 3, j'en ai juste mis un, comme ça ils pouvaient vérifier déjà ces trucs. Hey, 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 1, 2, 3, essai. Test, ceci est donc un essai micro. 1, 2, 3, essai. Hey, 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 1, 2, 3, essai. 1, 2, 3, hey, hey. J'espère qu'on ne m'entend pas dans les autres salles. 1, 2, 3, essai. Test Riverside. Test Riverside. Test Riverside. Test Riverside. Test. Un, 2, 3, essai, 1, 2, 3, essai, Riverside, 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 1, 2, 3, essai.
Et test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, test.
Dans l'ordre ici.
Is my microphone is on. Hello, I hope you all had a lovely lunch. I know I ate far too much food, but that's okay. We have a very important panel starting now on ending cyber violence and creating better safe spaces to protect women online. It's an incredibly important subject, and we've got a fantastic lineup of panelists. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce the panelists one at a time. You're all going to applaud. They're going to come up politely and take their seats. I'll talk a bit more so that people who are late get a seat at the front. So our first panelist for this topic is Michaela Palladino. Now, Michaela is the online safety head for EU affairs for Meta, which is known more commonly probably as the parent company to Facebook and Instagram, but also had other roles in Meta before she took on this particular job, also combating cyber violence. Before working at Facebook, she was the director of EU policy for the Developers Alliance. Please give a warm welcome to Michaela. Just come and take a seat. And up next, we have a professor of law from the Lincoln Law School, Professor Kim Barker. Kim is an internationally recognized expert on matters concerning technology-facilitated violence against women and girls. Her work has contributed to academic research, policy development, and a stronger legal understanding around the world. Kim, it's a pleasure to have you here with us. And our final panelist for this session is the CEO of a company called Digital Accountability. It's Ask Hesby Holm. Digital Accountability is dedicated to combating online violence and promoting responsible digitalization, as well as promoting human rights. We live in an age of transition, and with that transition comes change, and change presents both opportunity and danger. And from what I understand from going on Ask Company website, is that they're there to harness those opportunities, but also ward off those challenges. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much. Now, as you know, we like to start these panels with the IGA perspective, and we get our IGA experts to come up and talk to us about that. So I'm going to introduce IGA's national expert, who's currently on secondment to the European Institute of Gender Equality, and they're very lucky to have her. Please give a warm welcome to the Cyber Violence Project Lead, Dr. Janine McGinn.
Is the mic on? Yes, it is. Okay, so just when we talk about cyber violence, we're referring to multiple forms of cyber violence. So we're referring to diverse forms of violence perpetrated by information and communication technologies on the grounds of gender or a combination of gender or other factors. And we know that cyber violence can occur online and continue to offline experiences, or it can occur offline and then move over to online as well. So we also know that it occurs across multiple applications, across multiple digital platforms and messaging apps. And sometimes victims know their perpetrators, and other times they don't know who is catfishing them or cyber harassing them, so we often don't know who they are. So if we look at the prevalence of cyber violence, so if you look at, we don't have a lot of data across 27 member states. We don't have comparable data yet, but I'll come to that later. But if you look at a survey that was conducted by the Fundamental Rights Agency last year in 2023, you'll see that women are the primary targets of hate speech. And that the posts against women and girls online are more violent than others that are targeted. In that particular study, FRA looked at a lot of different communities and groups online, and women were targeted the most, if you like, and then there's, you can find that groups with different intersectionalities and people from different communities are targeted as well online, and young women are exposed at a greater bullying risk to cyber violence. So, my line was stolen earlier on. You can't manage what you can't measure or what you don't measure. So in order to manage something like this, we need to find out exactly how much exists. So we need to measure cyber violence accurately, and it's quite difficult to do that. There are quite a number of challenges. So the very first challenge is the fact that cyber violence is underreported. Only 1 in 4 women tend to report cyber violence for various reasons. Fear of repercussion, shame, and for many other reasons. So any data that we do have will really be underestimated. Victims don't always report the experiences that they have. And this is the underreporting challenge. The second issue then, the second challenge, is how cyber crimes or behaviours are defined. So the definitions of cybercrime or behaviours differs across countries and across different platforms. Definitions are varied as they're rooted in national criminal codes, so it's very difficult to compare national data across international standards. Then the third issue is that data from police or crime or data sources is considerably limited at the national level across the EU 27. So the other thing that we face is that data, when we do get it, is not separated according to gender. So any kind of, and the cyber violence laws tend to be gender neutral, even though there has been some progress in this across the member states over the last few years. So what are we going to do about this? Okay, so well, first of all, we've got to understand the experiences, and today we're going to talk about experiences, responsibilities, and solutions. So first of all, we've got to understand the experiences. So we at IGE had to understand the forms that cyber violence takes and how they're defined across member states. So we conducted a comprehensive desktop analysis of existing legal and statistical data sources. And we gathered the concepts used in the definitions. And what is really remarkable, if you look at the concepts from the definitions there, and I'm not going to read them all out because I know Guy will be cutting me short on time. But if you look at the concepts that we gathered, say, for cyber harassment there, you'll note that there was very little reference to gender in the concepts. So that's quite remarkable. Okay. So IGE's response, what are we doing about this? Okay. So I suppose over the last year, what I've been doing for IGE and what people have done before me is we have developed a measurement framework proposing common definitions for the 4 forms of cyber violence now criminalised by the EU Directive on Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. So the 4 forms of cyber violence which are now criminalised, and I know there are only 4, there are lots more that will be hopefully criminalised later on, but cyber harassment, cyber stalking, non-consensual sharing of intimate material, and cyber incitement to violence or hatred will now be criminalised, and that's a huge progress. Okay, so we have developed a measurement framework. It's not published yet, but hopefully this week it'll be out. It's just in the last stages of publication. And this will support the 27 member states to gather data which can be measurable and comparable across all 27 member states. So, yeah, and this is the barcode if you want to know a little bit more about that directive. And it's really important that the member states will be obliged now to collect data on these 4 forms of cyber violence. And IGE, the European Institute for Gender Equality, we will be mandated to actually help them and support them in collecting that, and that's what our framework is about. So, responsibilities. So how do we deal with this, and who's responsible for all of this? And it's, I mean, the platforms are responsible to some extent, but we individuals are also responsible for dealing with our own privacy laws. So, in addition to our agency's work on data collection instruments, we also researched the trust and safety mechanisms of digital platforms and spoke to platform representatives. We acknowledge that a lot of work is being done by the platforms, and I'm sure Meta will tell us a little bit more about that. Michaela will tell us. But there are huge challenges faced. There's a huge volume of data that comes in every day, and also, I suppose there's a lot of different users, and we don't know how to identify the users and the ages of users. So IGE, we've just published, and yesterday, if you're on LinkedIn and you're following our hashtag, EGEF 2024, you will see the digital platform brief that we published yesterday, which is the result of those interviews with the digital platforms. So though we acknowledge a lot of work is being done by the digital platforms, we do realize that there's a lot of work to be done still. So this digital platform brief will support platforms in addressing the issues. And the main issue really is that they've got to kind of add a gender-based perspective to their trust and safety policies. So as I said, not all platforms, it's not all the platform's responsibility, it's all our responsibility. And we've got to report what happens to us. We've got to listen to the experiences of individuals and be responsive. So I think today we're going to listen to some experiences from people who have faced cyber violence, and then we'll talk about different responsibilities and look at some solutions. So we have a little Slido for you.
We do indeed. I think there's a Slido, and for those of you who are in the room and those of you who are online, you can scan this QR code and then answer the question, have you or anyone you know ever experienced a form of cyber violence? The answer, you've got a no, yes, and it was reported to someone, or yes, and it was not reported to anyone. And what we're going to do is we will show you the results of what you guys put in after we hear some floor speeches. But I just want to say thank you so much, Janine, for your time. Thank you so much for sharing this, and also thank you for everything that you do.
Okay, thank you.
So it's absolutely fine if you're getting on with this in the background, but we're going to move on to hear some speeches from the floor. So we have people in the audience who are going to be giving speeches. And the first one is Miljana Chabrilovsky. So Miljana is an anthropologist and expert in human rights, and she's here today representing the feminist collective of Romani gender experts. Miljana and her collective work nationally in Serbia, but also internationally in research, policy analysis, training, but also in advocacy and campaigning work, all for the sake of amplifying marginalized voices. So to tell us a bit more about the work that she does, please give a warm welcome to Miljana, and a mic will appear for Miljana, I'm hoping. There we go.
Hello everyone, it's my pleasure being here today, addressing intersectional risk faced by Roma women. As we heard, alarming truth is that 1 out of 3 women is experiencing violence during her lifetime. The risk is disproportionately higher when we are adding that women from marginalized communities, Roma women, when you are women from a third country. We already heard in the first session that socioeconomic status, ethnic minority background, digital literacy affects it. Apart from that, I want to highlight that it is a symptom of broader marginalization. We are aware that this is not isolated phenomenon. It is something that is reflecting historical injustices. Also, we heard that forced sterilization is an issue, and it is still for Romani women. Case law of the European Court for Human Rights is reflecting that. Having that in mind, policies that are developing regarding the cyber violence should include intersectional perspective, should include knowledge and decolonizing knowledge production, I'm apologizing. Also, they should be focused on 3 pillars: prevention, protection, and empowerment. Prevention in order to decolonize traditional knowledge, to take deep and to be aware of systematic inequalities. Protection when incidents occurs, and proper investigation and accountability, and empowerment in the terms of digital literacy, in the terms of better and easier reporting mechanism when it comes to the tech companies. And this is not just technological issue. This is human rights issue, gender issue, and equality issue. And I would like to call all of you to include intersectional perspective and developing policy, to include a Roma women professional when it comes to the creation of policy, and to cooperate all together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Miljana, for sharing that. It's a really important message for all of us, and I think that when we're specifically looking at problems around collecting data, intersectionality is something that I know that our colleagues in IGA are working at very, very carefully and looking at very closely. Our next floor speaker is Wendy van der Heuvel, and Wendy is going to be speaking to us as a survivor of cyber violence, and I'll hand over to you, Wendy. Please give her a warm welcome.
Okay. 4 years ago, I was working as a secretary in an all-male factory. So I was the only woman there, and I felt happy because all the men were treating me very nicely. That was also 2020, the Corona year, so I was in a divorce with my husband. And at a certain point during the summer, I was in my apartment, and yeah, I was looking for some fun. So I created an anonymous account on a dating app. I say anonymous because I have a higher degree. I know I shouldn't be posting anything with my name on it, with my head on it. I'm smart enough to know that. But little did I know that it wasn't so safe what I was doing. Because there were 2 co-workers at the office that one day snatched my phone off my desk, and they found the account that I created on the app and the name that I was using. So what did they do? They gathered up that weekend with 2 colleagues, and they created a fake account pretending to be the man of my dreams, you know, a man with a good job, a nice car. They had lots of data, which man I liked. So, yeah, and then they approached me, and they gained my trust, and I thought I was talking to someone anonymously. So I shared a lot of information. I shared sexual desires, fantasies, my lingerie, yeah, you know. That went on for about 6 weeks. And then they went too far in the emails. So I decided that I wouldn't write back. But of course, then they didn't have their fun, that I knew it was them. So one day, one of them, yeah, he viciously showed it to me that it was him with the other colleague who had done that. It was a Friday afternoon, and I completely panicked when I found out that I had told my biggest fantasies to my direct colleague. So the first thing that I did is what every rape victim does, because I felt raped in my head, is that the evidence should be gone. A rape victim takes a shower. I deleted the account. The pictures, the emails, it had to be gone. And then I went home. I don't know how I did that, because I completely crashed. And like I said, I have a higher degree, so I really didn't understand how something like that could have happened to me. I was too afraid to call anyone, not even my friends or anything. And that weekend, I wanted to kill myself because I knew my life was over. I'm a photographer, I photograph little kids, and who would book me with a scandal like this as a photographer? I also was very afraid that my ex-husband, when he would find out, that he would take my son away from me. So, yeah, I was too afraid to go to the police. Instead, I went to the doctor because I didn't want to go to work anymore, of course. And she gave me psychological aid, of course. And she also advised me to tell everything to the manager at work, which I did. But unfortunately, the management of the company, they had no idea what to do about this. It wasn't even in the company policy or in the contract what to do with sexual harassment. So they made one mistake after the other, and to make a long story short, I was the one who got fired, and the perpetrators still work there as of today. Yeah, and as soon as the resignation papers were signed, I kind of saw what happened. I was too traumatized at first to realize it. But then the injustice of the whole situation just came to me because no one of the company ever asked anything again, how I was doing, or they just swept everything under the rug. They didn't have any negative public attention for the case, so for them it was finished. Yeah, so then I decided to write a book about it. That was the only thing I could do to turn my pain into power. And that led me to finding a publisher for the book, which led me to give interviews about what happened. And so I started sharing my story for other victims. And that's how I came here today, to be the face behind all the graphics and the numbers, and to be the voice for the ones who are unable to speak. The only way to ever feel safe again is to go to the police and report the perpetrators. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Wendy. I know just how much bravery it takes to stand up and talk about these things. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of everyone, so it's incredibly moving just hearing your experiences, the impact it had on your life, but also a sense of burning injustice, of how can this be the case? How can they still be employed there? And that's why it's really important that we have gatherings like this. It's really important that we hear stories like yours and have panelists such as these. And before I move on to the panelists, I understand that we're going to show the Slido results, which I haven't seen, but I was wondering if we could get those up on the screen. So that's the question. Ooh, interesting. So actually quite a lot of people here said yes, and it was not reported to anyone, because one of the things that Janine and I were talking about earlier is that we thought that being the sort of nature of this conference that it is, well, that's something for us to bear in mind. But I'm going to move on to our panelists. I'll just scoot over here. And I thought I'm going to start off with a question for you, Kim, if that's all right. One of the challenges that we have here, even from a perspective of employment law, is that this is a new type of crime that transcends so many different jurisdictions and so many pre-existing legal structures. How is the legal world keeping up, or is it keeping up, or is it not?
Yeah, it's not, is my short answer. I think now is the ideal time to celebrate the progress we've made. There are some real specific legal provisions and developments. But I think the other side of that we need to be very aware of is that we still have a lot of work to do. We've made progress. We now recognize cyber violence legally, which has taken, I'm going to say, 20 plus years to get to, which is huge. But the flip side to that is there is still a lot to be done. We've heard about the employment context. We don't recognize this as a problem for employment. We don't see it as an employment issue. We don't recognize it legally in that way, but obviously it is. And so my hot take is we've made progress, we've drawn a line in the sand, but there is much, much more work still to be done to improve everything from reporting, recognition, support, and the trauma, because it's not one-off trauma. The trauma lasts for a lifetime, as most victims will allude to.
Absolutely, thank you so much. And obviously, this is being facilitated in this new digital world that didn't really exist. And I understand that your company's mission is to try and make sure that the tech side of things are covered. So can you tell us a little bit about what it is that you do, but also how you can, how you think tech companies can be working to look after people like Wendy?
Yes. First of all, we're not a company. We're
right.
just a non-profit. No worries, no worries. But we just released a report where we looked at Telegram. And Telegram is known for private communication, but it's also actually a social media platform. And it showed that in Denmark, up to around 10,000 users are sharing illegal content. Wow. And they're not just sharing it, they are categorizing it. They have this deals, even Black Friday deals, and it's just like a supermarket, actually. And the thing is that Telegram could do so much better, and they could use and employ the technology that we know, and also new technology like AI. So there's a lot of technical stuff and technical solutions that we could use to prevent illegal images for spreading and for keeping the platform safe. And I think there's two things that I think are very keen. The one thing is we have to involve all the users and prevent the what's called the bystander effect. Yeah. The effect is that in a big room, nobody would take responsibility and act. And the other thing is that we have to make these demands for better technical solutions, because they are just around the corner. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting that AI is on the one hand, is the thing causing the threat, could also be part of the solution. So I was wondering, how are you managing that in your role, Michaela? Are you looking much at the potential problems or solutions that AI are giving in Meta?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Meta is a social media company, but it's also an AI company. So we're looking both at AI in terms of preventing the risks and the threat that could occur from the use of generative AI, for example, but also at how we can really harness artificial intelligence to help us in, for instance, moderating content. So we do use AI a lot in all of our content moderation. We have automated tools to help us detect specific abusive behaviors and illegal and harmful content that might be uploaded on our platforms. Because as you can imagine, I mean, Meta owns several platforms, including Facebook and Instagram. There's billions of users on each of these platforms. So it's not something that can be done manually, the review of the content. There is always a moment where human review occurs, but to go through all of the content and surface the problematic ones, artificial intelligence is a great tool that can help us there. And we also get to think about how AI could be used in perspective, for example, with the AI chatbots, etc., as tools that can help users to navigate difficult situations that they might find themselves into, For this reason, actually, Meta open source its AI technology so that it's freely available for anyone that wants to use our models, some of our models, not all of them, to also develop their own chatbots or their own technologies for themselves. Yeah.
And this is an open question for anyone who'd like to answer it, but I think there's a big challenge in getting certain groups of people to see cyber violence with a level of severity that it deserves. And lots of people will still say, well, it's not as bad as this. How do you think we need to be approaching that conversation? I can see Kim leaning forward. Go on, Kim.
I mean, we've got 48 minutes. I could talk for 48 hours, probably, as a response to that. I think the real challenge, and for me, there are kind of three groups. I think the challenge is not just about platforms anymore. I think platforms do recognize that there is a problem. I think those of us in the room recognize there is a problem, but I think there are two audiences which don't necessarily. I would say one is the lawmakers in some states, predominantly, and I'm now going to be blatantly biased, men, white men in particular in some legislatures, which causes a problem when they make the laws and they recognize the harms which these laws need to address. They are dismissive of this notion. And I think the second group goes kind of hand in hand with that, and that is anybody involved in the criminal justice system in any member state. Some offenses are very much criminal. Some behaviors are never going to be criminalized, but they are still incredibly harmful. And there is a problem with reporting, we know that. But there is also a huge problem with underreporting. And even when things are reported, the response of the first responder, the first person who that is reported to, who is police, who is an investigator, who is law enforcement, that has got to be taken seriously. It has got to be recognized at that point for victims and survivors and bystanders. And that is a real barrier to getting any kind of traction for any kind of response. Some are great, some are not great. Even when there are great experiences going to law enforcement, that doesn't translate into a great experience going to court. And going to court is not the ultimate response. It's not what some victims want. There are other forms of redress as well. So the justice system needs to be much better at this. And the lawmakers need to be much better at this as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. And how about the interaction between the lawmakers and the tech companies? And this is maybe, I can open it to everyone, but for particularly the two techie speakers we have, do you think there's a strong enough connect between the policies and the technology, and what can we do about that? I can see you shaking your heads.
No, I think that's a big issue, actually, that the IT, the technical persons are not speaking with the lawyers and the lawmakers. And you see, for example, the new Digital Services Act, DSA. Many things are great on writing, but when it comes to reality and how to enforce it, it will be difficult. So we have to figure out how to set these demands on technology. And I don't mean like big technology, I mean like moderation, and be very clear of what do we wish, what is our wish list, how should the performance be. And Meta, for example, they have like a lot of great performance on a lot of tools, and we have to, as people and lawmakers, have to set the same standards. And I think there's something lacking in figure out which technology we want to use and how efficiently they should be, or it should be.
So who do you think should be taking the first step or starting the initiative, or is it everyone?
No, I think the European Commission actually have started taking the first steps, but they need to have some documentation, and they have to figure out how to work and enforce the law, of course, with the platforms.
Yeah, Michaela?
Yeah, maybe I can come in. I mean, obviously, Meta Platforms is designated as a very large online platforms under the Digital Services Act, the DSA, so we're in full-on compliance mode. We are having very regular conversations with the European Commission, which is working on enforcing the DSA. We're seeing that there are some issues that are being tackled first. There is a lot of attention on elections and misinformation. There is attention also on the impact on minors and the protection of minors online, and how the DSA is helping, or how platforms are operating under the umbrella of the DSA in that space. We know that we as platforms have submitted to the Commission also a systemic risk assessment assessment on the impact of our technologies on gender-based violence as well, highlighting all of the risks that we have identified exist for this kind of violence to occur on our platforms, but also at the same time, all of the risk mitigations that we are taking. We've submitted that to the Commission. The Commission is in charge of overseeing the risk assessment and establishing whether the companies are doing enough or not. We think that in general, this is a framework that provides a good level of clarity when it comes to the expectations from online platforms in this space. These also paired with the directive that Janine mentioned during her initial speech also gives a little bit more clarity with regards to what constitute illegal content of behavior activities online. We can absolutely agree on the fact that probably doesn't go far enough, but at least there's been an effort in defining this kind of harm so that for us that is easier to operate. But the problem with the law is that often it's just legislating takes a lot of time. And so often what we see in this space is also of people that see this kind of behaviors occurring online is that it's a very adversarial space. So people that are very motivated to do harm online, they will find ways of going around, changing the way that they speak, changing the words that they use so that they can evade detection, that they can evade our systems and they can still do the harm. And obviously this is something that you cannot regulate because it's something that it's, regulators kind of play a bit of a catch-up role to that. And so I think that the answer doesn't necessarily lie exclusively. It's important to have very strong regulatory framework to begin with, but the cooperation, the collaboration amongst companies, civil society, experts, obviously lawmakers is very important here, because it's really where you stay on top of what is happening, you share the knowledge, and then you can respond also in a way that is a little bit more, kind of quicker, which is what that makes a difference in a lot of these situations. Because, like also from the story of Wendy, the faster you can intervene, the better for the victim.
So we've got this problem in the sense that technology is by its nature very, very fast, and legal processes are very, very, very difficult to change because of their cumbersome nature, because a change could potentially lead to not necessarily collapse, but a compromise. So, Kim, do you think they just need to speed up legal changes? Is there a risk to this? How do we make sure they do keep up, or can they even?
I'd love to say they can. I really would love to say we can keep up and get ahead of it. I don't think we'll ever get ahead of it, and I think that is fundamentally the problem. As much as we push, and I say we, I've been pushing for years to try and make progress on this. As soon as we make progress, we're already kind of 10 years behind the next problem, and law will never get ahead of it. But I think what can help is if we have the right flexible frameworks. So we have the right sets of policy responses, we have the right kind of regulatory mechanisms and tools, we can push forward to address problems we haven't predicted yet. If we don't get that right, we've got no chance of solving the problem, which is a really depressing note, and we should not take that forward.
So we're doomed, is the message you'll give us. I think As disagrees with you.
No. I guess we're not doomed.
We're not doomed.
But one thing we could is like demand some design principles that build on safety.
Yeah.
So before putting new technology on the market, test it. And that's maybe some room for improvement due to the DSA, because if you, as I understand it, if you develop a great AI moderation tool on, I don't know, deepfakes, it could maybe be industry standard by law, I guess, because the example from the Telegram, then they should use it, in my view. And maybe if the Commission will go so far, it can set some standards, and that would be great. And the whole thing in building in some design principles, I think that will be not the whole solution, but help it.
I think what you say is very on point. I think there is a lot that can be done also by fostering more collaboration across industry. And that is actually a project that I wanted to kind of highlight in this context, which is stopandcii.org, which is a platform that has been created in 2017, if I'm not mistaken, or starting from Project Dare, and launched in 2019. And it's managed by Revenge Porn UK, which is a UK safety organization with a long history of dealing with gender-based violence. And it's also based on technology that has been developed by Meta. It's basically a platform that allows potential victims to use the technology to create a digital fingerprint of potentially of intimate images that they fear might be shared online without their consent. So how the technology works is that you can use the app or the platform to create this fingerprint, and then the fingerprint will be, which is not the image in itself, so you're not sharing a naked or an or a picture that you don't want to share with the platforms themselves. You are sharing basically a code, which is a string of numbers and letters, and which is added to a database. And then companies which adhere to the initiative, and all Meta platforms adhere together with, I think, 8 or 9 other companies and over 100 civil society organizations, they will prevent the upload of those images online. So it's a really great tool that can help with one of the biggest issues that we're seeing right now when it comes to gender-based violence, which is image-based violence, so non-consensual sharing of intimate images. And that really stems from the motivation of civil society and companies. We were the founders of this initiative to make things better. So if there's anything that we can do to get more companies to sign up to Stop NCII, we know that civil society is working super hard to make that happen. That could be maybe a step in the right direction for what you were saying, right?
Agree. We also have the problem that some companies will have these amazing initiatives and take on board that extra effort to keep their users safe. But then there's some that simply won't, and not only won't they know that they're going to attract a certain base because they're not doing it. How is it possible to get around companies that are less willing? Anyone can take that.
I would say lawmakers and fines. They
Come on,
have
Kim.
to fine them.
I mean, yeah, in a perfect world, that would be the solution.
Yeah.
I think we've seen it, and a couple of legislative examples have been a couple of attempts in the UK to capture all platforms based on numbers and size, and the DSA has adopted a similar model. That by default excludes some platforms from being captured within the framework. And as great as some initiatives are from these really big platforms that are more proactive than others, in some respects, I think it's almost those we don't need to worry about. It's the ones that aren't captured we do need to worry about. Yeah. And if they're not being captured, then we almost need to develop a more stringent framework to bring them within the regulatory sphere.
If I can actually add to that, to this point, is the better. So as Meta, we're very committed to making sure that our platforms are as safe as possible. We don't always get it right, but we try. But what we experience is that the better we get at doing that, the more we are experiencing what we call deplatforming, which means users that stop using our services because they see that they cannot use them. Unfortunately, to do, fortunately, we're very happy they cannot use them to perpetrate abuse, but then they move to other platforms which are smaller, which are less regulator, which the regulators are looking less at. And I think that there is here an element of the role of the enforcement of regulation, which needs to be further explored.
Fantastic. I'm going to let our panelists have a bit of a rest. We'll come back to them, but we're going to move on to another floor speaker, just to break things up and give you guys a breather. We're working you hard. So I'd like to welcome Ellen de Poor. Ellen is the Policy Officer for the Belgian Institute for the Equality of Women and Men and works in combating gender-based violence with a focus on tech-facilitated sexual violence. Can we have a roaming mic? Yeah, sorry. If you could just give it to Ellen, and a round of applause for Ellen. Okay.
Thank you. First of all, I'd really like to say my thanks to those who are here today and have shared their experiences. Thank you, because your stories are really valuable and they are a powerful reminder of the real-life impact of cyberviolence. And it is thanks to these testimonies that we at the Institute were really made aware of the specific need of preventive measures designed and tailored to adults. Because when we think about digital safety or safety online or designing preventive measures against cyberviolence, most of the time we think about children and teenagers as a target group. And it is true, they grew up with technology, they are online most of the time, but adults face those challenges as well. They use the internet. They also become victims or survivors of cyberviolence. And we found that there are still a lot of questions that they have. They have difficulty recognizing what is cyberviolence and what is not. And we've also found that they are really hesitant to take action when they are a bystander and they witness forms of cyberviolence, and especially in the workplace. And it is because of this that we've designed a toolkit designed to help users recognize, understand, and respond to specifically digital sexual violence. The toolkit consists of 20 illustrations depicting various situations and so various forms of digital sexual violence. Forms such as deep nudes, sharing intimate images, online sexual harassment, and so on. And these illustrations are as well in different settings, so in private life as well as in the workplace. And at its core, the toolkit has like three main things. First of all, it helps users to assess certain situations, to help them answer the question, is this cyberviolence or not? Is this sexually transgressive behavior? Then secondly, it gives the legal impact of those forms for Belgian law, of course. Spoiler alert, most of the time it is punishable by law. And then thirdly, it gives various ways on how to respond in such situations. For example, for victims, there is information on how to report or how to contact several organizations in Belgium to get support or get help with the removal of content. There's information for bystanders as well, how to actively intervene or how to support victims. There is also information for employers, for when it happens in the workplace, with guidance on how to design a policy to effectively prevent and combat cyberviolence. And there's also information for perpetrators to get them to understand the implications of their actions and to help them reflect on those actions and hopefully adjust their actions in the future. We wanted to make this accessible for everyone, so it's accessible online in 2 languages, in Dutch and French. Yeah, it's tailored to the Belgian context, of course. What I really wanted to say is that, yes, it is a preventive measure, it's a tool, but it's also like a form of empowerment. It helps people recognize forms, it helps victims maybe recognize similarities with their own situations, and it really helps people to be an active bystander when they witness it. So it really contributes to creating a safer online environment and a safer use of technology. Thank you.
I've just gone on the Slido and we've had quite a few questions come in, and for those of you in the audience, you'll also get to ask questions. But before I do that, I thought I'd just let you know that someone has left a comment, which I think is directed to Wendy. It said, I want to express my admiration and respect for sharing the personal experience with cyberbullying. Thank you for your bravery, and I wish you all the best. So I thought I would read that one out. Now, Ellen mentioned something very interesting when she was talking about how most people think that it happens to children and young teens, but it also happens. But also there's this entire argument, discussion that comes from that about education. And someone here said, what role should educational institutions and workplaces play in preventing gender-based cyberviolence? How can we educate both potential perpetrators and victims about online safety, respect, and consent? So I was wondering, I'll open that up to anyone from the panel who would like to answer that.
So I think fundamentally the starting point has got to be schools.
Can we turn the mics on, please, for the panelists? Go on, try again if you haven't.
So the starting point has got to be schools, but it's not just schools, right? Because that's a resource issue. And we assume if we say schools will solve the problem, teachers will be well-versed and knowledgeable and take on this additional burden as well. And that isn't just the solution. But there's also a role and responsibility for parents and anybody who is a caregiver in this kind of context. And I'm going to go a little bit controversial and say that every other form of media production has also got responsibility here. We know video games are massive. We know YouTube and online videos are huge and reach these audiences in ways that we probably don't and can't because they are living a different experience to us. So what they see and what they receive and what they engage in these other forms of media is also a huge part of what we can expect these groups and individuals to pick up and then replicate in terms of behavior. So education is important, but that has got to filter across every aspect of society. And it's not just education for children. I would say it's got to be education at every level. So digital literacy is one thing, but also we need part of that to be about safety. And when we talk about safety, I am really reluctant to say that it's for women to learn about women's safety online, because actually that's shifting the burden of this violence back onto women to begin with. It's about everybody. We need men and boys to be involved in this conversation and to take responsibility as well. So it's a holistic educational approach, which has got to be embedded in curriculum and extracurricular and parenting and caregiving at every level. And if we don't get that right, we are not going to solve this problem moving forward.
If I can just add,
yeah, of course.
I think it's great, Kim, I completely agree. I think that what we are seeing as cyber violence is really a reflection of the fact that in the offline world and in real life world, misogyny and gender stereotypes is very much still part of the discourse. It's just something that people are used to, and people really struggle to even see where to draw lines sometimes and what is okay and what is not okay, which is crazy. And that's why it should be addressed really by broad education at all levels. And there is actually something that, a tool that we have on our platforms that has given us a little bit of a sense of how people might think that certain things are okay, which is called comment warning. And it's something that basically looks at comments as they're being written. And if it detects that there is something potentially harmful in what is being written, basically the users, before they send the comment, receives a message saying, are you sure you want to send this? And we did a test on a specific sample in a specific week a couple of years ago. And what we noticed is that within a week, we served over 1 million of these notices to users that were typing something that was potentially problematic. And that after receiving our warning, over 50% of them had either edited or deleted the message. So there is a lot that can be done to educate users also through specific tools that are served in specific moments online. It's something that we're studying. We're also very interested in seeing what else can be done, and that can also accompany, obviously, the broader efforts that need to be done a little bit by the educational infrastructures.
I think also a lot of education needs to go into the teachers. So I have a background of working with schools, and you find that teachers are often scared to even approach the subject because they feel that it's an area of knowledge where the students know more than they do, and they don't know how to approach it. Are there any questions from the people in the room? If not, I'll go to another Slido one. Just raise your hand. We have a question here at the front. If you'd like to let us know who you are and who you're directing the question to.
Hello, my name is Kat. I work as a legal advisor at the Institute for Equality of Women and Men, which is the national equality body in Belgium focusing on gender equality. A key part of our work is to support victims of digital sexual violence so they can report their cases to us, and we provide them with legal advice as well as assistance in removing the content online when their images are shared without their consent. A very important part in this is our collaboration with social media platforms like Google and Meta because research shows that when content is shared online, it should be removed within 6 hours, because after that it can remain there forever, which causes lasting harm to victims. So my question is, first of all, to Meta, what is your position on this, and how can Meta ensure that these images are removed as swiftly as possible? And then to the other experts is my question, if you have any advice or good practices to share, how we can improve our collaboration with social media platforms. Thank you.
Should we start off with Ask?
Start with me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How to improve collaboration with the platforms? Oh, it's difficult. I think you mentioned the hashing technology, where you this fingerprint technology, where you put in. When you make a picture to a code and then you can remove it. I think that's a very important technology, and I think that would help preventing the reposting of images. And I think that should be used more aggressively than it's used today. I know it covers some areas, but not every area. The private groups and the private sphere on the internet is not being, in my view, analyzed and monitored, and this technology is not being used as they should, not even for protecting children. So I think there's a huge task in getting companies that are working in these spaces to collaborate. And I maybe think it not should be the way it should not be go run a platform at the time, but go to the lawmakers and say it should be like a standard. You have to be able to contact every platform, and they have to react fast and efficiently. Yeah.
I can actually come in. I think for the technology, not only we have Stop NCII, but actually as Meta, we have our proprietary hash matching technology, which is the technology that not only creates this digital fingerprint, but also allows the detection of the images based on those. We actually have made those technologies both to detect videos and photos freely available, so without a license on GitHub. So everyone every organizations or other smaller platforms that might want to use this technology but do not have obviously the financial resources that big companies like ours do, can access that and reuse it to ensure that all different spaces are as safe. And then I wanted to get back to the question that you had about the speed of taking content down. I think that, as I was hinting at earlier, we do use artificial intelligence and automated detection to make sure that we detect instances of violating content. We also use classifiers, which are a different form of technology that basically identify if based on classifies a picture and says there is a specific percentage of likelihood that this picture is a naked picture, or that this picture is a vegetable, etc. And those technologies help us enormously, considering the volumes of content that is posted on our services every day. But we cannot always, the technology is also, in some cases, is inaccurate. It detects things that it shouldn't be detecting. And there's always things that can slip through the cracks because they are images that are previously hashed, but they've been manipulated in a way that the hash doesn't match anymore. So we're constantly trying to address this, but we cannot always get all of the violating images on time. And for this, what is absolutely important is something that we really try to, is maybe part of the educational exercise, but it's the reporting mechanism. So reporting is not only a problem when it comes to reporting instances of harm to the police, but it's also something that people resist to do or used maliciously when it comes to reporting content online. Reporting content online is absolutely safe, is anonymous. If you report something to us, we are not going to be telling the person that you've reported, whose content you reported or whose account you reported, that you have done so. We wouldn't even tell them if you were blocking them, frankly. So, that is a safe way to flag content to us so that we become aware of it and then we can take the appropriate action. It's something that reporting is something that we work a lot over time because it used to be a very complex process, very long, very complicated. You need to click through, not a million times, but a few times, and it was a bit of a convoluted process. We've made it faster, and what we've also done is that we serve the report button not only just on every piece of content or any account that you have online, but also in specific moments in the experience that you have online. So for instance, when you have a new message from someone that you're not connected with, the first thing that you will be given is the option to, if you want, add the person, but also to block or report them, because this person might be trying to contact you with malicious intention. So that you stop for 1 second and you're like, do I want to start this conversation or not? And what this person is writing to me, is it okay or is it not? So that you have that moment to stop and think and then take action.
Fantastic. I'm going to go to one of the questions from Slido, and I think it might be directed towards you, Michaela, but I'm going to paraphrase it slightly. Okay. The person in the question is implying that platforms have a false dichotomy choice between profit and privacy. And I'm sure it's more complicated than that, but what would you say to people who suggest that it is a false dichotomy between profit and privacy?
With privacy or with safety?
It just says certain business models that prioritize profit over privacy.
So we are a business. So obviously we're in the business of connecting people, but we're also in the business of expanding the business. But our business would just not stand if users do not feel like their rights to privacy, to safety, are being respected on our platform. So we do not believe that there is a dichotomy there. We believe that it's our responsibility as a huge platform that we are to make sure that we guarantee both the privacy of our users, the safety of our users, the respect of their fundamental rights, their right to express themselves freely, while at the same time also obviously keeping the business functioning. So
absolutely, it is a false dichotomy, but it's interesting that so many people have brought themselves to believe that. I was wondering if one of the other two speakers would think, how do we overcome this, or do you think the dichotomy is real?
No, I think when we're talking about there's something that's interesting in the physical world. We are identifiable. That's the principle, and then there's some exceptions when we are voting, for example. But online, it's the other way around. I think we have to move towards an online world where we can identify more people and more situations. I think if everything is locked down and in private rooms that we can enter, we have a lot of problems. And I think what you were talking about also, building filters that will give some friction but will keep us safe, instead of just be able to post everything all the time, instantly and free. And then we have to figure out what we do next. We have to build a different model where you can just not post everything all the time. And the fact is, we have spam filters. I think like 80% of all the content Google is removing is spam. And it's so effectively, and it's every day. And that's built in. But we don't build in safety tools that could protect, for example, women victimized of digital violence.
Understood. Kim, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Well, it's choices, right? There are design choices. We can design for safety and include that as privacy, or we can not. And how familiar we are with those tools and those options when they're designed and built in, I think goes to education. Like, part of education should be educating people about what they can and should do online, but also how to use the platforms, how to use the tools that are built in. Take a minute and think about it before you post it. If you would not say it out loud, why would you post it online? And that's very much an educational kind of message, but that's not just on teachers.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Any other questions from the audience? We've got loads of hands up. I'll let you pick.
Thank you very much. I'm Brahim Baalla, a local representative from Italy. I really appreciated the interventions, and I wanted to ask about an issue related to the management of social media. In recent years, we had troubles, for example, related, if I need to give an example, to the ban of a very famous politician, a former president within the United States, and which have been banned for a while from social media. And I wanted to ask about this situation, like where does, for example, we have Dr. Palladino. Where does social media companies draw the line between, in this field, a violation of a basic right or a misogynistic or declaration which can violate the rights of other people, and a legitimate political message or an expression of the freedom of speech. Like within the legal framework, we can give a description of these situations, but like how do the people and realities which are behind the social media framework, how do they classify this border, and about like in which way does it happen? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Perhaps we'll start off by looking at it from a legal perspective, and I'll turn to my, my legal expert advisor here, Kim.
I think it's a difficult one, because some people would say that what is misogynistic for one is actually free speech or free expression for another, depending where you are. I think misogyny is difficult because legally, in most states, misogyny in and of itself is not a crime. So how you react to that causes different issues. It is undoubtedly harmful, and I would advocate it should absolutely be a crime. But capturing it from a legal perspective is almost impossible. So I think when it comes to where social media platforms draw the line, I would say it's the cumulative effect. How many are you harming with your speech on that platform? But equally, when there are people in certain positions of certain levels of power, arguably there is a right to hear what they say. So I don't think it's really a decision about whether you deplatform them or otherwise. I think it should be a question about the spread of the harm and how we respond to the harm, rather than how we give them a platform to spread their harm. But that's my take.
And of course, there's a really big ethical conundrum there, which is then almost worsened by this perpetual blame culture, where blame is assigned without thinking about the ethical responsibility and how that should be spread. I was wondering if either of you ask or Michaela wants to add.
Just kind of detail on the point of how complex this matter is. It's a very delicate balance, frankly, between ensuring that that the internet and the platforms that a company like mine manages stay safe, but at the same time guarantee freedom of expression. We are ultimately an American company, so we value freedom of expression and freedom of speech very, very highly. But at the same time, we are very, very aware of the necessity to keep our users safe, to make sure that harm doesn't occur to them. And so it's a lot about balancing between our community standards, which are the policies that determine what is allowed and what is not allowed, and how we develop those policies in a way that that is very detailed, so that we do not hamper the freedom of expression. I think there is also another point that was made about specific legal systems. We, for instance, we're a global company, so we obviously respond to our legal obligations. We take down content that is illegal in specific countries. We geo-block certain contexts, which means that we make this content available in specific countries, because not all countries agree on definitions of what constitutes hate speech, for instance, what constitutes cyberbullying, what constitutes, you name it. So we have to operate in a space that is extremely fragmented. So we have, on top of those legal obligations, what I mentioned is our community standards, which is these global policies, which are designed also with the help of experts, external experts that provide that level of nuance. And as you were saying, in the case of the very president, of the very famous former and to-be president, as Kim was saying, the issue there was really about the potential of violence offline that specific expressions could potentially cause, and the incitement and the harm that could occur as a consequence of that.
Do you have anything you want to add to that, Oscar? Should we give another question?
I'll just say that it's the same issue with traditional media, I guess. They don't post everything that they receive. And I guess it's the same for big platforms. They can... It's a company's choice where you draw the line. It's a company's choice if you want to still be working in Russia. It's a company's choice. It's not a country's choice. So I think we have to remember, for 20 years ago, we didn't have the opportunity to communicate as we have today. So I think freedom of speech, we have a lot of freedom of speech, but if we don't intervene and remove the harmful content and the hate speech, a lot of people won't use the freedom of expression. And I think that's also an issue.
And obviously there are examples of one platform where it can be a single individual who makes the choice because they just buy it and introduce whatever rules they want.
True.
I think we have time for one more quick question from the floor here. Should we go? Can we have a mic here at the front? Or, okay.
Hello, thank you very much. It was really inspiring. So my name is Asla. I'm representing UN Women Ukraine country office, and so you have noted cyber violence is a reflection of the real reality on the ground in the field. So no difference in Ukraine, where cyberspace is currently used as a battleground. So the UN Women has conducted a research over the last year where we have actually looked into ICT facilitated violence in Europe and Central Asia region. And around 12,000 women have been interviewed, and among the 12 countries, unfortunately, Ukraine has the highest percentage when it comes to the percentage of women who have encountered some form of ICT facilitated violence. And the real exact percentage is 75% of women interviewed. And this is a very scary picture for us, especially for a country where there is yet no legal groundwork. It is not mature enough. And we are, like what we are doing as young women, we are right now designing nationwide cyber security. Actually, we look at like not only at the cyber violence at the individual level, but at the institutional and at community level as well. And we are designing and incubating a program to address it in a holistic way. And we are having consultations with the government, with the private sector, with the civil society, with the survivors to understand how to approach that. And there are two motivations to do that, because currently the women are leading so much in Ukraine when it comes to humanitarian efforts, when it comes to economic recovery, when it comes to social cohesion. And unfortunately, cyber violence is being used to demoralize them. And secondly, we do expect that sooner or later the elections will take place in Ukraine. And all the women who are currently taking on different leadership roles will be running for elections, and we do expect more and more women to come to the politics in the next elections. And of course, we do know the scenarios and examples from the other countries, and we want to be prepared for the scenarios such as these women politicians are being subjected to cyber violence. So when we are employing this ecosystem approach where we are trying to bring different stakeholders to the table, we do identify certain areas of entry. One of the stakeholder group that we do have a bit of difficulty when it comes to big tech companies who do have a lot of capacity when it comes to analyzing insights and data.
So sorry, can we get to that?
And is there an example or is there any type of an opportunity for us, for Meta and international organizations to collaborate for example, where the big companies share data and insights so that actors such as us, we can design and support the civil society and government to implement tailored solutions, localized solutions.
Okay, Michaela, I'll ask you to, only you're going to answer that, and you're going to do it in 30 seconds. Okay. I'm really sorry. But I didn't want to cut you off because what you're saying was incredibly interesting. If it was anyone else, I would have stopped them. But you've got 30 seconds.
I think with regards to the possibility of collaboration, you can definitely speak to me on the side so I can take your contacts and pass it on to the colleagues that deal with Central and Eastern Europe. When it comes to the availability of data, I think that an important thing to mention, I'll try to stay within 30 seconds, I think I want, about data related to gender-based violence is that it's very difficult to measure. Janine was hinting it at the beginning in her presentation, but and also I think it links to what Miliana was saying about the intersectionality. Gender-based violence is not only gender-based violence, it's about a lot of different things. So it's very difficult for companies like ours to aggregate and saying this is gender-based violence. It might be gender-based, it might be based on the religious, it might be based, like I suspect is the case in your situation, on the fact that these women are not only women, but they're Ukrainian women, and they are women that are obviously from a country that is under attack, from a country which is very, very strong in cyber attacks. So obviously that can be part of bigger effort in that space, and as also answered by the fact that the country is dealing with it through a cybersecurity action plan. So it's a very complex matter, wasn't 30 seconds, I know. Sorry.
That's okay, that was more than 30 seconds. But again, it was interesting, I didn't want to stop it. But sadly, I do have to stop it because I know that some people really want their coffee. I'd just like to say a huge thank you to everyone who spoke on the panel from the floor, to the questions, and to those of you who submitted your questions on Slido. We're going to go take a break now, but please, one final round of applause for everyone who spoke. You're free to go.
Okay, I think it's enough now. It's okay?
I know you can hear me because I have a loud voice, but can you hear me on the microphone now? Yes. Excellent. Good to see you for this afternoon's session about strengthening democratic institutions and gender equality policies in the context of what the EU considers its priorities for the next 5 years. You will hear from a range of expert voices. I will call some of those experts on stage right now, and there will also be an opportunity, of course, through Slido and also through questions in the room for you to add your expertise as well. So let's start our panel session with Marika Weir-Walters. Thank you, Marika, for joining us. Alexandra Silva. And if you're thinking, hold on a minute, I just saw Alexandra in a workshop, you did. She is multitasking like the boss that she is. No. And at some point, we will be joined by Nikolai Stefanuta, who is an MEP. And now I'm going to hand over to my colleague, my co-host, co-moderator, Guy.
I'm joking. Just wait for my mic to turn on. So, before we start this panel, we are again going to have the IGA perspective, and I'm going to be asking a few questions to the team leader for gender mainstreaming at the European Institute of Gender Equality, Helena Moraes Matheria. Helena, good luck, as she walks on. So, Helena's been working on a report that's coming out in spring, and we're not allowed to know what's in it, but we're allowed to have a sneak peek. Is that right?
Right.
A sneak peek. So I'm going to be asking some questions about that. So the European Union, its member states, and the European Commission have all agreed to make a push for gender mainstreaming. They made that promise about 20 years ago. And for the past 10 years, IGA has been collecting data to measure how that progress is going. So my first question is, if you're allowed to tell us, what does the data that you're going to release in the spring tell us about gender equality bodies in the European Union member states?
Okay, thank you. Well, the data tell us that member states need to strengthen their gender equality bodies to put gender equality goals at the forefront of the policy. Okay, so we just heard this morning that the gender equality bodies need to be at the highest hierarchical level of the government, and the data tell us that in 3 member states, the governmental gender equality bodies is located at the highest level of administration, functioning as an entire ministry. The gender equality bodies also need to have a clearly defined mandate. Here, the data tells us that 11 member states have governmental bodies exclusively devoted to gender equality, and 16 member states have the governmental bodies mandate combined with gender equality and other equality-related functions. Similar trends were observed when it comes to independent gender equality bodies, where 5 member states retain a body exclusively dedicated to gender equality, and the rest have combined gender equality with other grounds. These bodies have reported a shrunk capacity as the expansion of functions has not always been matched with an increase of resources, necessary resources, okay? The data also revealed lack of comprehensive frameworks and accountability mechanisms. 16 member states have action plans, gender equality action plans in place, but out of these, 9 member states have plans that include specific targets, that regularly monitor progress about gender equality outcomes. And further on accountability, the data tells us that in 9 member states, there is a system where the governmental body regularly reports to the parliaments. To implement these national gender equality strategies, the bodies need resources. And many gender equality bodies have reported insufficient human resources and funding, and this hampers their ability to lead on gender equality policy and fulfill their mandate effectively. But the key area, the area where there is more room for improvement, is gender mainstreaming. There we have seen a decline in efforts since 2020-21. 14 member states have a legal obligation to implement gender mainstreaming. In no member state, this obligation is made enforceable. You ask me, what does this mean in practical terms?
Yep.
And I'm going to give you a few examples. The tools, the gender mainstreaming tools to consider a gender equality perspective in legislation, in policies, in funds, in budgets, in programs, the use of these tools is not widespread. So examples on gender budgeting. 6 member states have reported gender budgeting to be widely used in ministries. 9 consider gender budgeting to be in its foundational stages. And 10 reported gender budgeting to be a practically unknown concept. Another example is the decrease in efforts to produce gender statistics and to disseminate gender statistics. 11 member states have no web section or a web dedicated to gender statistics, and this is a core enabling condition for any gender equality, gender mainstreaming work.
I think it's amazing that IGA is looking at it from this way and actually being able to map it out. And I can see people taking a photo of the data that you're sharing, which I think just shows us how important it is. Now, I understand that for this research, you also interviewed some civil society organizations, and obviously that gives you a very interesting and slightly different perspective, especially on a national level. So what did they tell you about the situation on a country level from these CSOs?
Yes, exactly. We also talked with the CSOs, and they told us, I'm going to highlight 4 key findings, okay? 4. First one, that the institutions responsible for gender equality are often relegated to a secondary position, secondary level of administration. The second one, that the transformative impact of gender equality strategies falls short due to a lack of enforcement in member states. The third one would be that the integration of intersectional approach remains an emerging practice across member states. And the fourth one is that the need, or in many member states, for a comprehensive approach that goes beyond violence and covers, for example, other areas such as economic capacity, decision-making, or fighting gender stereotypes.
Fascinating. And I understand that also there are quite a few voices, perhaps also legal voices, who want to see these civil society organisations given more prevalence, more involved, more support. I was wondering from your research, what's your take on that?
Yes. Here, civil society organizations said that there is a lack of systematic involvement in policy development, and this undermines the effectiveness of their participation. They also mentioned that they face resource constraints. And this it's a challenge for them because consultations often rely on unpaid contributions, but also because it limits their capacity to implement long-term transformative actions. They also mentioned, and this came out this morning as well, the emergence of conservative anti-gender movements as a significant challenge. A challenge because these movements have been and have gained social and political influence and created an environment where advocacy for gender equality faces significant opposition. And this affects CSO's capacity to be heard.
Okay, so I was wondering, how does that country level, how do those country level results scale onto an EU level?
Yes. So the situation is similar at EU level. 2 years ago, the European Court of Auditors assessed the mainstreaming of Commission's 5 horizontal priorities into the EU budget. ECHA, the European Court of Auditors, assessed gender equality, but also climate change, biodiversity, SDGs, the SDGs, and digital transformation. And they found that gender equality is the least well-integrated priority in the EU budget, despite being the first one in being adopted. The 29th EU framework then actually presents, together with the new gender equality strategy and the long-term EU budget, the MFF, an opportunity for the Commission, for the Parliament, and for the European Council to make gender equality a priority. A priority with clear targets, with monitoring mechanisms and dedicated resources. And here there is a possibility to renew the commitment for gender mainstreaming, to design a whole of government or whole of commission strategy to implement, coordinate, and institutionalize gender mainstreaming. It's an opportunity to strengthen the gender equality bodies at national level, but also in all EU institutions and agencies. And here, in line with the EU's better regulation agenda, it's an occasion to improve the effectiveness of our policies and programs by making the use of ex-ante and ex-post impact assessment mandatory for all programs and across all policy areas. This includes the European Structural Investment Funds, the CAP, the RRF, the Social Climate Fund, and a future possible European Competitiveness Fund. And in this sense, EIGE has research and can highlight that the gender equality is a core element for all EU priorities because it's not only a matter of social justice, it's also smart economics. And actually, the graph on the screen shows an increase of 9.6% of GDP per capita by 2050 if gender gaps in labor market and STEM were narrowed. So there is an opportunity to set financial targets and enabling conditions related to access to EU funding. There is an opportunity to adopt a comprehensive gender budgeting approach across all programs of the next MFF to put the EU on track to leave no one behind and ensure the sustainability of life and the sustainability of planet.
Thank you so much. So that was your sneak peek into this exciting report that's coming out in the spring. Thank you so much, Elena.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Guy. Nikolai Stefanuta, welcome. We won't steal your bag, so you can leave it in the front row if you would like to. Okay. Nice to see you. Welcome.
Hello.
So our conversation this afternoon, Nikolai, Alexandra, Marika, is about strengthening democratic institutions and gender equality policies in the light of the EU's political priorities for the next 5 years. Just so our audience who are watching here in Brussels and also online get a sense of what you're bringing to this conversation, we very briefly say who you are, what you do, how that fits in to what we're about to talk about. Marika, you start.
Hi, I'm Marijke Weewaters from the Belgian Institute for Equality Between Women and Men. I'm the Senior Strategic Policy Advisor, and I will bring in, since more than 17 years, we have a law on gender mainstreaming. What works, what doesn't work, what should be improving on this one.
Alexandra.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Silva. I'm coming from the Portuguese Platform for Women's Rights, which is a platform of NGOs working in the field of women's human rights and equality between women and men. And we do a lot of shadow reports, so we monitor policy making, and we present our recommendations based on evidence collected within our members.
Nikolai.
Hi, my name is Nikolai Stefanuta, and I hope I'm not here just as the man in the panel, but also as somebody who's an ally of the cause and who's the VP of the European Parliament in charge of gender equality, together with other colleagues. I'm not the only vice president doing that, but I'm very proud to do that. And in addition, a member of the budget committee and a shadow rapporteur for gender mainstreaming in budget.
All right, so panel speakers, we're not going to do this conversation in silos. So you hear something that resonates, say so. You want to ask a question to each other, please say so. Marika, let's start here. What we're talking about is, it's a challenge. Right? What are we going to do in the next 5 years to strengthen global gender equality policies? From your perspective.
It's not sexy, but I'm going to say what she is saying. We need to improve gender mainstreaming. On the European level, we have to institutionalize it. It's not sexy. What is that monster of gender mainstreaming? But it's really thinking in front, ex ante. What are we going to do? And every law, every conclusion, every policy, are we going with this policy? We have to assess, is this working for women and men? Is it working differently for women and men? If we are not doing gender mainstreaming, assess this in front, you will cause discrimination. We have a case law on this one. Not being gender neutral in your preventive, in your measures, in your policy is causing discrimination or is increasing some discrimination. We have the law in Belgium since 2007. It's working. It's gender test, it's gender budgeting. We have monitoring process. We have institutions. We have gender coordinators on the cabinet level, on the administrative level. We have politic agreement. We have politic assessment. We are assessing this. It's a law. It's institutionalizing. It's enough. I thought in 2007 it's done. It's enough. It's not. We have to have gender experts. We have to have collaboration with NGOs, with those who are reporting shadow reports, who are killing us sometimes, but we need them. We have to have gender experts, because civil servants can't do it by themselves. We thought so. We have a law, civil service has to oblige the law, that doesn't work in itself. We have to screen, we have to have expertise on gender, you have to have technical support, because gender budgeting, it's not easy. We have, for example, screened, because the politics last government said we will go for a new penal code. It's gender neutral. We said, oh, we screened everything. No, that's not gender neutral. And they collaborated with us. We screened them. We have screened every political commitment in front of, in ex ante. We did it in the beginning of the government. We screened them all, and it was working. Two decades ago, 35 political commitments, last government, but nearly 2,000 commitments on doing gender mainstreaming on every level, in the policy commitment and in the gender budgeting. and in the gender processes. It's not easy. You have to have a collaboration and togetherness and monitoring process.
And I would add, following what you said, that we need to be bold. We need to stop being fear of our actions, because we really think that gender equality or equality between women and men is not advancing as we would expect with all the provisions we have in place, because we are fearing that we will be rotulated as feminist or something like that, and that policies will not advance. For us, it's very important what you said, to have this connection, this what we call the civic dialogue, structured civic dialogue between governments, the parliament and the women's rights NGOs. I would say not only CSOs, but women's rights NGOs. Why do I really focus on women's rights NGOs? They are smaller because they are women's organizations, so they depend a lot on public funding, and public funding is decreasing on these topics. They are very specialized on what they do, because most of them provide service. For example, for victims of violence against women, different forms of violence, not only intimate partner violence, but also prostitution and pornography and surrogacy, etc. So they provide services. So they know what is the reality of every day. It is important for governments and parliaments to act together with women's rights NGOs. We also think that all this evolution that we see on equality between women and men, it's not something that happens increasing, because we know there's a tendency to go up and down very quickly. And we now see this tendency of the erosion, of the elimination of the concept of sex, and even of the word woman, taking out of the political documents. And for us, this is going back again several years, several decades, really.
Nicolai, we're leaning into the EU's political policies for the next 5 years. We're understanding that there's a framework with which we can strengthen democratic institutions and also gender equality policies. What more can you add as an MEP? Where should the hope be?
It's a mighty delicate subject, I might say. I don't know if you probably followed. You seem like people who follow politics and European politics in particular. I have two concerns. One, defunding of NGOs. I don't know if you are aware of the topic, but right now there's a war coming from the right on NGOs and NGOs' ability to lobby for issues such as women's rights. Yesterday in the CONT committee, budgetary control, I had a debate with a Front National MEP who said, why the hell are we funding NGOs that support abortion rights, since abortion rights are not EU competence? And I said, I beg your pardon, every human right is part of the EU competence. Every health right is part of EU competence, but this is the era we are in. Don't get me wrong, but we are in a war over values. And 2024 Parliament, unfortunately, came back to be more right, more extreme right. We have a traditional conservative right, which is very happy to embrace the extreme right. So that is a big, big challenge for the years ahead, because from that structure of the Parliament, from the structure of the Commission, we can deduce that it's not going to be easy. Secondly, on gender budgeting, even if for the 2021-2027, you remember that there was no gender budgeting structure when it first came out. So it was the Parliament who had to fight for it and to get some lines and some gender budgeting. Now, can you imagine the MFF in the context of war, of the rise of extreme right, of disinformation, etc. So my message here is clear and simple. And all this week I've been talking on the human rights aspect, on gender equality, on minority rights, etc. My message always was, do not give up the pressure. This is the time not to let go of the pressure, because it might backfire. I know it's an often misquoted Churchill quote, no? About when he was talking about slashing the budget for culture. It wasn't apparently a Churchill quote, but nevertheless everybody quotes it as such. When he said, then what are we fighting for if we cut culture? Well, I have the same approach as regards human rights, about equality. You know, if we have a situation where security is at the top of the agenda, what exactly are we fighting for? Aren't we fighting for a Europe of freedom and of equality? I think we are. So my message is this: don't let go of the pressure now.
Alexandra, there was a look of recognition when Nikolai was talking about NGOs being defunded.
Yeah, yeah. We have little resources, so we have the expertise, but year by year we lose the expertise because we have to survive as individuals. We are being defunded. Even those providing services, I'm speaking about the reality in Portugal. Even those providing services sometimes are being cut in funds, and sometimes they have to be very imaginative, so they have to look for other forms of getting some money, even for shelters. So this is going very problematic. We see that we sometimes are based on, our funding is based on projects which really requires expertise to do the proposals and to get the funding. But then we have also a lot of time consuming on managing the funding, on presenting all the supporting documents that we need. And this takes our time and our energy from what it is really important, like you said, which is putting the pressure on politics. And we see this as a tendency, so we have to do the project. We have to, and the projects sometimes are not really transformative. They are mostly about, to provide services or to do raising awareness activities, but they are not so transformative as the pressure we can do it at a political level. And this is problematic. We also, for example, in our platform, we were also involved in gender budgeting on the pilot project that started in 2018 in Portugal. And we saw it becoming part of the state budget, the gender budgeting perspective. But then if you look at 2018 until now, we don't see a lot of transformation occurring inside the state budget. We need really more commitment, going beyond what we call it the tick-the-box administrative gender mainstreaming to effective gender mainstreaming, transforming policies and the lives of women and men in Europe.
Marika, you've written so much in your notebook. Go ahead and share it with us.
I'm going to say what's working in Belgium, what could be better, and this one is really decreasing the funding for NGOs, decreasing the money goes to gender-based violence, decreasing, that's for me, gender budgeting. This is really neat, but because we are monitoring is not evaluating. We should have more power to evaluate. And this is a key problem. We need a transformative policy. We need this one. We don't have this in Belgium as well. And I really look up to this, the power to the parliament. The parliament, even in Belgium, should be looking on the reality of gender budgeting. What is transformative policy on gender budgeting? Do we really do the gender budgeting? Do it enough? Do we do the gender test? Do it enough? Because they're not doing their job on parliament. And this is really evaluating, not monitoring. That should be doing, and really looking at what is changing the policy in a good way or in a bad way. Do we do good governance or do we not do good governance for every citizen in the world? Because we are civil servants. We have to serve the citizens and not only the reference white man, but every citizen.
Yeah. We are in a war against values, which is what Nikolai was saying. We anticipated this war against values. We wanted Hilda Coffey to join us. She's going to be speaking about rethinking gender equality when there is a backlash going on. Hilda, the lectern is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I don't know whether the slides will show up. Should I? Oh, there you go. So good afternoon, I'm Hilde Coffey, professor in politics at the University of Bath, and together with colleagues from across different universities in Europe, we included questions on gender, gender identity, sexism, gender discrimination, support for gender equality in the European Social Survey. So it was often highlighted this morning the need for data. Hopefully those data will allow cross-national European analysis on all those attitudes. They are freely available for those interested. And so the ideas behind the questionnaire came from what we saw, and what was Nikolai was also referring to, that war of values. At the same time also, in some respect, increased gender equality. So that contradiction of a backlash and increased gender equality led us to develop the questionnaire to get a deeper understanding of what is happening. So what I want to present today is, this is our first analysis, so for us it's also exciting to finally have the data which have been collected at least, and they are available already for 24 countries now. And what I wanted to present today is focusing on young people, given the interests of young people here today and tomorrow, and look at three different aspects that we've studied, namely sexism, attitudes toward gender equality, and also support for gender equal policies. So starting with sexism, and there's different measures of sexism, and there's more really that hostile sexism or benevolent sexism. But what I present here today is that we made an index of measuring attitudes based on how often women seek to gain power by controlling or by getting control over men, how often women get easily offended, and how often women exaggerate claims of sexual harassment in the workplace, with higher values referring to more sexist attitudes. And what we see here is a combination of, so the vertical line is indicating the sexist attitudes, and on the x-axis or the horizontal line is the gender equality index from 2023. So those are general sexist attitudes in different countries. Higher is more sexist, lower is less sexist. So you see that they're a little bit all over the place, so there doesn't seem to be a very strong link with the gender equality index. You see, for example, Belgium and the Netherlands generally high on the gender equality index, but not particularly low, which would be obviously a good sign, on sexist attitudes. So you do see them a little bit all over the place. Finland appears to be the least sexist, women and men. This is. And then turning to gender differences between women and men. Again, it's young women and men. We do see that in all countries except Cyprus, men score higher, so men are more sexist than women. There's several countries with very large gender gaps, including, for example, Spain, Portugal, Greece, Italy, Slovakia, Croatia, even in Sweden, generally seen as a good example, also as we saw this morning, highest or scoring best on the gender equality index. We also see a relatively large gender gap among the young people. There's a relatively small gap in the Netherlands. So I think in terms of the gender difference, the Netherlands is scoring well here. Moving to the second measure that I wanted to show here today is gender attitudes toward gender equality, or general attitudes toward gender equality in society. So here we look at the gender attitudes toward gender equality in different domains, including family, politics, business, and economy. And looking here at those general attitudes among young people, again, showing it in relation to the gender equality index, we do see a much stronger link than for sexist attitudes, where we see much more support for gender equality in countries that score high on the gender equality index. Highest score is in Portugal, not very strong, which is, I would say, at a medium score on the gender equality index, but on general attitudes toward gender equality, they score relatively high. Looking then at the gender differences, so here too we see significant gender differences in all countries, with women showing much more support for gender equality compared with men. And we do see here also that there are cross-national differences in the sizes of the gap. They are particularly high in Cyprus, Croatia, we see. But we also see Sweden again, that there is this gender gap even in those countries where they generally score high on the gender equality index. A final measure that I wanted to show here today are the attitudes towards policies, and we've asked those for different, and again in different domains, for example, towards parental leave, equal parliamentary representation, gender pay gap, sexual harassment in the workplace, and the latter is also that I'll show here on the data. So higher values here shows unsupportive. So it's really a disagreement. We don't need those policies. There's enough gender equality, etc. So again, first showing the link with the gender equality index, we do see some link, not as strong as for general attitudes toward gender equality, but we do see some link here. Here, I remember disagreement that employees should be fired when they don't address harassment. So that's a higher score. So here we see that Portugal has the lowest score, meaning that there's most support of the need to fire an employee when they show sexual harassment. But again, strong gender differences with women being systematically less or more supportive of, yes, they should be handled and it should be addressed and it should be, employees should be fired when they show such behavior. Again, also cross-national differences in the size of the gender gap, with the largest gender gaps in Ireland, Poland, Iceland, but also in Finland. So you do see that there's variety in the countries, but that again, that in most countries, or that even in all countries, women score to be more supportive of gender equality, in this case measured as the policy to fire employee when they show sexual harassment. So to conclude, I think we show that there's differences in attitudes towards gender equality among young women and young men, with young women generally being more supportive of gender equality than young men across Europe. There are important cross-national differences, both in general attitudes and also in the sizes of the gender differences. There is some link with the gender equality index, though it's not strong for sexist attitudes. And I think then the question that we can discuss here, maybe also in the panel, is really about young men and those gender differences between women and men. As I said, those are explorative first data, but looking at older generations, generation and older age groups, we do see that the gap seems to be larger among the young people than the older generation. So it's really, will we see a life cycle effect that maybe we see a change over time as those younger generations get older, or is this really a generational effect? With, of course, young people having very different lived experiences, different social expectations compared with older age groups. We've also seen in recent elections that young men tend to be overrepresented among populist radical right voters, and we know that those parties generally oppose efforts to advance gender equality. They often frame gender equality initiatives as threats towards traditional family roles, cultural norms, national identity also. So we do also see there that overrepresentation of young men, indicating that they maybe have less of those libertarian values compared with women. So again, for the panel, I think this is an interesting issue and definitely needs further research and an investigation on what ways cause young men to hold those values. Thank you.
Hilda, please stay in the front row because I know there will be questions coming to you. We are about to see gender equality in action because Nikolai, where are you going?
I mean, I don't want to use this excuse, but I don't have childcare and my wife has a business meeting and I have to go.
Okay. How many times have women had to leave early because of childcare? So this is gender equality in action. Nikolai, it was brief but impactful, your contribution. Thank you very much.
I really apologize for having to go, but thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Marika.
The fact that we have a backlash, we know it. Even more than 31 years working on gender. I'm in a niche. I don't see it, but I'm confronted with it. When I give training to civil servants, every civil servant on what is gender all about, what's not sex, what gender, I explain, I give examples, really examples, tailored examples. That is why the data from EGE is very useful, really giving examples. This is what gender is all about. I give some really, for example, we all know that the bikini science, we all know that medicines are not tested on women, for example. This is for me gender discrimination. They say, okay. Then I say, at that point, sleeping medication is, for example, more heavier than for women than for men. Okay, what do I have to do? But the consequences is that in the morning, for example, car accidents are more likely to be caused by women. So there's a consequence. Giving this data, given these examples, data on hate speech, more hate speech towards everyone. We have seen the data, but we have seen the data. Also, surveys on this one. If hate speech is occurring and it's institutionalized, we don't have to be naive on this one. It's institutionalized. It's not one-to-one. It's patriarchal against women. When it's, and this is the data showing us, when it's gone up on the data on hate speech, and there's no response from the institute, there's no response for women associations, it's going up, it's going up. And we are not responding anymore collectively. We are really backlashing as well, as women associations or institutes. And when we don't react, it's still going up. But when we are reacting collectively on the main stage, digitally, it's going down. So we have to be more careful, aware of this happening, and we have to react collectively on the main way to respond together.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm not very surprised about your results because we know, in fact, that the sexism exists and is persisting and is increasing. And we know that young men are really more sexist than the men of my generation. And we cannot disconnect this from pornography. This is very clear from us. Because pornography is very violent and portrays women as objects and empowers men's sexuality over women's sexuality. This gives also, and it's very sexist, this also portrays what we can expect on attitudes of young men also. So it's putting all the dots connected that really show us the reasons behind the numbers that you presented here. There, yeah.
I'm going to give the forum audience in the main stage area a 5 minutes heads up for your questions, your thoughts, your statements. You can ask anybody who you've heard in the last hour or so, apart from Nikolai, who has to leave, but anybody else. If you've got your thoughts, your ideas, we'll get the microphones ready, and then we'll come to you for that interactive exchange of ideas and questions. But I'm going to bring in Sabrina Farina. She is the Policy Officer of DG Reform. Sabrina, would you mind standing up? A microphone will come to you. What Sabrina is going to do is give us an example of gender mainstreaming in a particular context. Because what we're looking at is how to strengthen gender equality policies. And you bring an example with you. Sabrina, thank you.
Yes, so thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I'm bringing the perspective from DG Reform, from the Technical Support Instrument, where we are working with the Gender Flagship Project. So just for those who don't know, the Technical Support Instrument is an EU-funded program that supports member states in designing and delivering reforms in all policy areas. Mm-hmm. So in 2022, we launched the Gender Flagship to support member states. Should I turn? Sorry. To support member states specifically in their efforts regarding gender mainstreaming. And the project was launched. The TSI, Technical Support Instrument, is a demand-driven program, which means that member states come to us and with specific requests and are committed to implement and deliver certain reforms. So we received requests from 13 administrations from the local, regional, and national level to support them in introducing gender mainstreaming into their public policies as well as in budget processes. And the context from the member states, of course, was very different, but all in all, the support that they received concerned the revision, the analysis of their legal frameworks so that they could be better informed on how to introduce gender mainstreaming in their policies. We supported them providing capacity building on how to concretely apply gender mainstreaming and all the tools related to gender mainstreaming. So we delivered trainings on gender impact assessment, on gender responsive budgeting, and several other tools. But we also provided peer learning opportunities for member states to exchange and to deep dive on specific topics. So if I have still a minute, maybe I'll give a concrete example of what we did, for example, in Greece. So Greece introduced gender mainstreaming into its gender equality legislation in 2019, but the core request when they came to the European Commission to be supported was really how to implement gender mainstreaming in the practice. So the work, excuse me, that we have done with Greece, specifically with the General Secretariat for Equality and Human Rights, was to deliver what we call a gender mainstreaming circular. So this became a binding set of guidelines that is meant to support the ministries in Greece to really make the shift from the theory to the practice. So how to concretely initiate the gender mainstreaming of the policies of the legislation in Greece. So the project is still ongoing for Greece and for all the other member states. The end of the project will be next year, so we'll have concrete results by the end of next year. But what we are doing now is already a huge step forward to really, as I said, move and start to work in practice and implement the change in a more concrete level. So I think I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabrina. Appreciate you. Okay. We would like to see where the questions, the thoughts, the feedback is. If you're able to, please stand and the microphone will come to your hand. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for such an engaging conversation. My name is Annelies Koesens. I am a policy officer from the Council of European Municipalities and Regions. And local authorities are part of strengthening our gender equality and democratic institutions, but they haven't really been mentioned at all today. They have good practices. They have been implementing gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting. They have gender experts at the local level, but they haven't been discussed at all today. And they're the closest to the citizens in terms of implementation, in terms of prevention, in terms of cyber violence and gender-based violence. So my question to the room and the panelists is, how can we strengthen their voices to be heard at the local level, at the national level, and in the international level as well, institutions, because clearly there's a gap of hearing their voices heard on these platforms. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Marika.
I said applause. Here. I say the same thing. Like I was saying, gender mainstreaming is needed. It should be done. It should be obligated. It should be done. But you can't do it by yourself. It should be transformative policy, checking, evaluating not by the civil servants, but for example, thank you for bringing strong equality bodies, being by the people, by NGOs, by the citizens. Is this working for us? This is transformative policy. You need to test if this is working. If you didn't create any more discrimination by doing your policy, sorry, this is for me a basis of good governance, testing if it's working in reality, and it should be done. Really, after 31 years, I can say in the beginning there was a strong women NGO movement. I see a lack of this one as well, collectively, responding collectively, going to the streets, asking politicians, what are you doing, asking them, evaluating them. It's not being done anymore, so I really want a strong movement again, strong equality bodies who can, if citizens themselves cannot go to the politicians, you can go through equality bodies or the human rights institution, collaborating on this one and being tested and being questioned by stakeholders like them. It is the only way to go, sorry.
I would add that local level is very important because they know more about the needs of women and girls at local level, and they also have less bureaucratic system in adopting policies. So they could also be an important player in testing, in experiment policies that are different from the national ones in particular areas. We are working with the Lisbon municipality, for example, on their gender equality plan, and we are, for example, we are working on a local strategy on exit programs to women in prostitution. This is an example that we are doing. So at a local level, it's important for bold policy making also.
Any more thoughts from the audience, from the room? Yes, right at the back. If you keep your hand up, the microphone will come to you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maya, and I work with the European Diplomatic Service, the EES, and I could do exactly the same question on gender mainstreaming. We work a lot with the EU as an external actor, as a global actor, and trying to mainstream into everything we do externally. So I just would love to hear a bit more on the examples from Greece you mentioned on mainstreaming, or other examples, or maybe we can have a kind of coffee or conversation around examples and tools of mainstreaming in different fields, because I think this is not it's just a tool that we use in every single policy. So it would be great to have a conversation around what we use as tools.
I can give the example, like I said, from Belgium. We are asking gender mainstreaming should be should be made in political commitment from the beginning of the government. It is in the government agreement that what they are going to do about gender mainstreaming. It's been asked by every minister what they are going to do, what policy they are going to screen based on gender mainstreaming. And then there should be a federal action plan. There's a federal action plan made on all this commitment, where they are going to mainstream gender in every political agreement they say, or every political action they will make. And then we, as an Institute for Equality between Women and Men, we screen every political commitment to test again. Maybe you think this is the only action you can have on gender mainstreaming, but it's working on this one. Like I was saying, penal law, we have said, oh my God, you're thinking that penal law is gender neutral. No, it's not gender neutral. You should be doing gender screening on this one. For example, gender and pension. For example, the care system, financial system. As I was wondering, I was still being the fact that we did with EG together the financial independence survey. It was said before, for example, the financial economic system of women. Women, they are not get enough loan. They are not having the same access to loan or credit system in the bank. So we said, oh, test your financial system on this one. So screening all the political commitments based on data who exists, use case law, use council conclusions, use EG data, and there's every possible thing that you can imagine is there. There's no such thing as an action, political action, who is gender neutral. Even your garbage bag is gendered, excuse me. So this is, everything should be gendered, and everything should be open and public. And again, the parliament should do his job, or her job, or whatever the job, to really test this one. Oh my God, that you, okay, you have mentioned that you will do gender mainstreaming, but it is working in the reality. Did you didn't only tip the box?
Mm-hmm. And on IGA's webpage, there is a lot of gender mainstreaming by political sector, which is very important. There are also a lot of toolkits on how to do gender budgeting, gender procurement, gender audit. So there are a lot of tools. We have to adapt them to our national context. I know that the Gender Flagship Project also are developing national tools and also training, giving training. So this is connected, so tools, creating tools and training and giving the expertise also to the sectors isn't very important. I know that the Gender Flagship Project in Portugal is approaching two sectors, so it's the environmental sector, for example, and the digital one. So also looking at these sectors is important to gender mainstreaming because they are new, let's say like this. So more keen to have this type of gender mainstreaming strategies implemented.
A good example this morning, as we talked when someone talked about the FRA and the EG survey on gender-based violence, because you can't go and say you have to do gender mainstreaming and only working for women. A good example this is also for men, but I'm using always. In every member state, the help centers, how we are creating help for victims of gender-based violence, it is based on women's aid. Men don't talk, so all our services is really based and built upon victims, women victims. So we know that men, if they are victims of violence, they don't speak out, they do not report. Boys don't cry. This is a gender issue, boys don't cry. But if boys don't cry, this is a gender issue, and your institution is based on women, helping women, and you're not doing anything about it, then you're creating more discrimination. So I'll give them an example, rebuild and rethink how you are going to help victims. Maybe you have to have another system to help a man being victims of violence and gender-based violence. This is an example.
Sorry, Marika.
Okay.
Can I just jump in here? I know that there will be other examples of gender mainstreaming in the room. Can you put your hand up if you've got a good example? Right here. Okay. I know that question's the next question, but I'm just going to finish this question over here. Just very quickly, your example of gender mainstreaming, how it's working. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Pavla Špundra. I'm from the Czech Republic. And I personally train about methodology of gender impact assessment. What we do, it is for state officials. And I wanted to add this comment. The thing is, the problem is that when we want people, these officials, to put the result of the gender impact assessment into the explanatory statement or something, there is the political will, political representatives are against. So that's the problem. We have tools, we have a big strategy in the Czech Republic with hundreds of tasks, but the really backlash, the visible backlash, especially in our country, is the political representation. And it's through whole the political spectrum. That's my frustration. I wanted to share it with you because it also is connected with social democrats, of course, with the right-wing parties. We have Greens, but they are very weak. They are not even in parliament. So that is the most visible, I think, backlash or the distraction, because people of power they don't really think, or they cannot perform this as important because they would be seen as neo-Marxists or too woke or something, and it is really very wide. So we have a tool. I think it's really practical tool. There is no kind of result of the gender impact assessment that the law or the activity is gender neutral. That's no way it can result like this. It has a positive impact or negative impact, or the impact is neutral, but it strengthens the inequalities, so it should not be supported. There are briefly the results.
Thank you for sharing that.
If anybody is interested, I would also be interested to share this with
Okay,
you.
turn around the room so everyone can see you. Stand up again. Just show your face so everyone can see you at the back. Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm sending the microphone back to where you were standing before, because I thank you for patiently waiting. This is probably the last question for this session. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Vishnja Bacanovic, UN Women. I just wanted to share that there are examples of gender mainstreaming in instruments from pre-accession funded by EU in Western Balkans countries within negotiations and accession, which is unique also contribution where tools, internal procedure review has been developed. So it is, I think, really important because there are also sector analyses in different clusters and negotiation chapters that can also be used now in Eastern Partnership countries that are accessing. So this is something, and of course, gender responsive budgeting, very successful since 2008. In different tools, also capacity building, and we will be happy to share more, of course. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, turn around so everyone can see what you look like from UN Women. Thank you. So when we have our reception, you're going to be very busy. All right, very good. In our final 10 minutes together, it's so easy to get dragged down the rabbit hole of what is not working, right? But what is working that we can focus on? And I suppose what we're looking at, the do's and the don'ts. Alexandra, you start first, because we're trying to strengthen gender equality policies, not just complain about the ones that we have and why they're not working. What will make them work?
So what's working, it's the policy development. If you look at, and today in the morning we spoke about that, for example, on violence against women, we have the directive, we have the Istanbul Convention. So policy development is working. Now we have to look at the implementation. And this is where somehow we know that is failing, the implementation, because it's up to member state level. And member states are composed of different political parties, run by different political parties and interests. So this is the challenging. It's not only to have this at the EU level, but how member states then really implement what is defined at the EU level. We also think that we have good, for example, we had the Digital Service Act, which is a kind of a piece of regulation that really can have an impact on the lives of women and men. So we are hoping that this Digital Service Act can counteract against hate speech, online hate speech, cyber violence, and all the forms that forms of violence that we know that are happening on the online space. Because at the end, it's all related to the space. So when it's come to public space, women are less represented. Less power, less economic empowerment, etc., etc. And online is another space where women are less represented and are more often subject of violence and objectivation, sexualization. So we have good laws, in fact, at European level. The problem is how to implement them and how to make them work for women. We need to have, for example, the multi-annual financial framework to adopt a dual approach, not only mainstreaming gender into their programs and their regulation, but also to have specific funding for women's rights NGOs, to gender equality. We had, for example, Daphne program, to continue to have it at the next multi-annual financial framework. That will be very important. That would be also important to monitor, as you said, monitor, evaluate, and then improve. We think that sometimes monitoring is happening, but what is getting out of it, the lessons learned, are not really put into practices. So we, as I don't know if it's my final words, we need to end sexism for sure. We need to end male violence against women and girls, and we need to shift the money and power to those that really are putting our societies working, and mostly it is women. If you look at the care economy, it's women there, so we need to put the balance on power and on money on the hands of women.
Thank you. Marika.
I can't say I agree less here. We have regulations, sorry. The law in Belgium is working. Is it enough? No, but it's working. It's a standard goal. It is there. Civil service has to oblige the law. You can monitor and you can evaluate. Someone was asking this morning, shouldn't we have an EU directive on gender mainstreaming? I'll leave it there. We have data, we have survey, using data, using survey, using the EGE index, using all the surveys, using the FRA survey. We have a lot of surveys, use them, it's working. If you tailor them straight to it. And if it's not working, really we have to have strong equality bodies. I really do as an experience, we have a really strong gender equality body in Belgium. It is working, and we are really in good relation always with civil servants. We are in good relation with NGOs, having collaboration, really strong collaboration, having a really strong, with really good means, equality body is working also for the citizens, also for the victims. We can support victims, and you can go way through the government. You can have relations that, and we have case law, use case law. Equality bodies can go to court and can create case law. Why not using them and checking where the money goes? Mm-hmm. This is where we have to do.
Follow the money.
Follow the money, sorry.
Mm. Out of this 70-minute conversation, what did you enjoy the most, Alexandra? Do not say the end.
No, it's very useful to get to know other practices on gender mainstreaming. We were a strong defender of gender mainstreaming as a strategy for reaching equality between women and men. Sometimes we doubted along this road that it's really working, but still we believe that gender mainstreaming can reach equality, but also the positive actions. So working on both approaches is needed. So yeah, I think it's still going. Gender mainstreaming is still a need for it, but also the dual approach shows looking at specific women's rights and supporting women's rights NGOs. That's very important.
Marika, what gave you joy in this conversation?
I never thought that this morning I said to someone, I will have to try to make gender mainstreaming sexy again. I think we managed for a part. That's my goal today.
When we started our conversation, there were 3 things that jumped out at me from when we had 3 panelists. Also, remarkable for us to lose a panelist because he had to go home to take care of the children. So maybe we're making more progress than we think. So, Marika, you saying that we had to look at gender mainstreaming even though it wasn't sexy, and just do it. Alexandra, you said to be bold, which I think we have to do for all of gender equality. And then for Nikolai, he says, do not give up the pressure, even though we are in a battle with values. Thank you to everybody who was part of this session. Alexandra, Marika, thank you for wrapping us up in style. I really appreciate you. You'll be applauded as you walk off the stage.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Joining us via video, the Minister for Gender Equality and Diversity for Luxembourg is Eureka Bacchus. You will see Eureka Bacchus right here on the video screen.
Dear all, allow me to share some thoughts with you from Luxembourg today, as I cannot be with you in person in Brussels. The second edition of the Gender Equality Forum could not come at a better moment. These times are very challenging indeed when it comes to women's and girls' rights. We are witnessing pushbacks on a global scale in every part of the world, even in countries we usually consider to be like-minded. This is a very worrying tendency, but it is also a call for action for all of us to be vigilant, to push back, and not to stop defending human rights. Our ministry and myself are determined to do our part. We are working hard on fighting against gender-based violence, dismantling stereotypes, and promoting inclusion and diversity on all levels of society. Our approach is an intersectional one. When women's rights are threatened, the rights of LGBTIQ+ tend to be threatened as well, and the rights of people of color and of minorities. When women's rights are threatened, indeed, all of our rights are threatened. That is why a whole-of-society approach is required in pushing back. And that includes the engagement of men and boys. We need their support, their voice, and their commitment to equality, because it's also in their interest. Feminism is not a dirty word. It translates it to more equality, more justice, and more freedom for all genders, for our societies at large. I know that the European Institute for Gender Equality is right there to fight this good fight with us. They are a key data provider in Europe and allow us to design evidence-based and progressive policies, which is crucial in our work on a European and on national levels. I wish you all the very best at the forum and look forward to our continued important work together in the future. Thank you.
Fantastic. I feel like my mic to switch on. I feel like I also need to thank the speaker, even if they're virtual and not in the room. We're now going to move on to our final panel of today about informing people-centered policies. It is incredibly important, especially in this day and age, when so many policies are perhaps informed by the wrong things without the right people in mind. So, to talk to us a bit about that, I'm going to do the usual thing of introducing our panelists, who will come and take their seats, and then our IGA expert. So our first panelist is Geraldine Barry. Geraldine is the Equality Coordinator at the Joint Research Centre at the European Commission. Her work involves implementing strategy for improving equality, which is something I know we can all say we want more of. You can pick whichever seat you like. And Geraldine is also a founding member of the Brussels arm of the organisation Women for Election. So let's give her a round of applause. So yeah, welcome and thank you. And next up, we have Professor Riley Marling from the University of Tartu in Estonia. So Riley specializes in English studies, things such as the conceptualization of gender in a post-socialist context. Interestingly, international travels of gender and feminist theory, which we were just talking about in the speaker room, and also representations of gender in modern and contemporary literature. Pleasure to have you with us, Riley. Round of applause. And our third panelist is Uzoamaka Anita Asegbu. Uzoamaka is a gender and disability inclusion specialist who focuses on inclusive representation and intersections of disability. Uzoamaka has done some amazing work and worked with fantastic organizations such as the United Nations and, very impressively, was nominated in 2023 for the Young Woman of Europe Award. Uzoamaka, it is a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you for being here today. Round of applause. And as always, we want to make sure that we have our IGA perspective, so I'm going to be introducing a researcher from IGA to kick things off. Please give a warm welcome to Irene Riobor.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to open this session on such an interesting and transformative topic. A people-centered policy approach starts by understanding who people are, what their needs are, and how these people experience the world differently. This approach lies at the heart of inclusive policies, such as the current gender equality policy, gender equality strategy, which commits to leave no one behind and achieve a gender-equal Europe for everyone. So to inform policies effectively, we need high-quality data and evidence to address the different realities that women and men live. We need high-quality data and evidence on how sex and gender interacts with other grounds of discrimination, such as age, sexual orientation, migration background, and many other grounds. So to continue highlighting the importance of this disaggregation, I want to mention that it's essential to analyze how different factors shape the lives of women and men, and how many of these different factors increase the inequalities between women and men within different population groups. Fortunately, the awareness on the importance of this data disaggregated at different levels has increased in the last decades. And also we have seen important improvements and promising developments. However, there are critical challenges that still persist and need to be mentioned and need real urgent attention. So let's talk a bit about those challenges. The first one that I want to mention is the persistent absence of regularly disaggregated data in certain areas. For instance, we still have problems having sex disaggregated areas, sex disaggregated data, even if sex is a core variable in official statistics. We can talk about many examples, but one that is quite recurrent is the data on behaviors that usually is based on the household surveys. So data on consumption or data on income sometimes, or frequently I could say, is not even disaggregated by sex, is provided at household level. The second challenge is the limited analysis and dissemination of disaggregated data. Even in those cases where this granularity really exists, these breakdowns exist, it is often underused for several reasons. One very common reason is the tendency to talk in general terms using aggregates instead of data breakdown by different population groups. Another reason is that disaggregate data reduce sample size, meaning that when we get responses from surveys and we started to analyze those responses and breaking the data by the sex of the respondent, age, country, and other individual characteristics, many times we end up with such a small group of people that our results cannot be considered reliable. And this leads me to the third aspect that I want to mention, because frequently data producers face resource limitations that impede them from investing in the tools and in the capacities needed for advanced data disaggregation. At EIGE, we work addressing these challenges using an intersectional perspective in all the steps of our work, following in this way an existing internal strategy on strengthening the intersectional approach. In our work, we enhance the gender and the intersectional perspective by the improvement of data collection and dissemination, the development of tools and methodologies, the research with intersectional perspective, and the cooperation with you and international working groups on this topic. So let's give some examples of our activities in these 4 areas of action. Regarding the first action, in our own surveys, such as the Gender-Based Violence Survey or the CARE Survey or the Platform Work Survey, we include questions about individual characteristics that allow us to run an intersectional analysis. Questions such as family type or migrant background or sexual orientation. And we always review our questionnaires, trying to find a way on how to improve them in this regard. Other example is our data collection on women and men in decision making. where we are assessing the feasibility to collect data disaggregated not only by sex, but also by age, so disaggregated by sex and age, for members of the European Parliament. Regarding the dissemination, well, we constantly explore ways to apply a consistent approach to present evidence on gender and intersecting inequalities in our publications, in our work. One example is the approach that we follow in the Gender Equality Index report, where the section on main findings and the section for all the chapters on the index domain include heading messages for one vulnerable group. So in this way, we aim to highlight the intersectional perspective in our publications. Another action that I mentioned previously is the development of methodologies and tools. For example, our gender statistic database includes specific sections on intersectionalities. And when we publish new data under those sections, we always assess the policy relevance of addressing gender and intersecting inequalities, the feasibility of their application in the database, and the specific groups of women and men that may be specifically affected by the issue analyzed. In this regard, I want to mention also that this year we have published the second edition of our publication, Quality Considerations for AGES Gender Statistic Database. And in this second edition, we look at evolving trends and we include guidance on producing gender equality data with an intersectional perspective. Another example that I want to give you under these areas of action is the work on fostering a gender and intersecting perspective in EU foresight, which explains how to incorporate this perspective into foresight at different stages of the EU policy cycle. Finally, one more example is the publication on the methodology of the domain of intersecting inequalities in the Gender Equality Index. So in that report, we analyze how the different disaggregations that we made are analyzed and how these disaggregations, disability, type of family, level of education, country of origin, and age, how they intersect with gender. All these efforts that I've mentioned allow us to apply a gender and intersectional approach in our research and to highlight how overlapping inequalities manifest in different contexts. So you can see in this slide different publications of our annual reports for monitoring the Beijing Platform for Action. So you see studies on poverty, gender equality, intersecting inequalities, gender equality in youth, gender equality and disability, and other studies where we apply an intersectional perspective transversally. The last action that I want to mention is our collaboration with EU and international working groups. We actively cooperate with the Commission and with the UNEC, providing technical assistance to develop guidelines on how to collect data on gender and intersecting inequalities. In conclusion, to build a more equal and inclusive society, we must study specific realities of women and men for different population groups, identifying which are the hidden inequalities in order to define and in order to design policies that foster opportunities for all. So let's work together and let's make evidence our guidance and gender equality and inclusivity our goal. So thank you very much, and I wish you a very productive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Irene. That was absolutely just what we needed to hear. And again, the message echoes forth from pretty much every single IGA member of staff we hear from, which is that we need high quality data. And that again means that the problem is twofold. One, it's collecting that data, and the second one is getting people to take that data seriously. So my first question for the panel is that when we're looking at this from a people's policy-focused perspective, do you think the right people are taking this data seriously? Who's perhaps not taking it seriously, and what can we do to change that? And I'm happy to open that up to whoever wants to step in.
Maybe I'll have
a
first go. So, and just to explain a word or two about the JRC. So we do the evidence and policy support, the scientific support for our for the Commission departments, so for the various policy DGs. I think one of the issues we face is the data we are provided with. So, and there are a huge range of challenges with that. So part of it is, I think, lack of interoperability of data. You know, we try and collect from across the member states, or we work with Eurostat for this. So lack of interoperability, fragmented data, data just not disaggregated properly, and I think various things, you know, different things in different fields. So ironically, the colleagues in the JRC who work with household data, they were relatively happy compared to my colleagues on the health field, who say that, you know, they really face much, much more of an issue. So I think part of it is getting the issue taken seriously at member state level. You know, our whole mission at the JRC is to provide the best policy support that we can do. But policies there are there to serve people. So we should try and, I think, take account of, you know, the whole of society in what we do.
Absolutely, and that actually links to what Raleigh and I were talking about before this panel started, which is the idea about international travels of gender and feminist theory, and the fact that we can have data or policy or ideology that will work perhaps in one community that might not work in the other. I don't know, would you like to tell us more about that?
Well, yes. Don't give an academic a possibility of talking for an hour.
I'll also give you a time limit.
But I think that, you know, one of the problems that I think we have is that intersectionality has become this buzzword that academics throw around, politicians throw around, and we are thinking much less about implementation than we should, because although we all recognize the fact that there is no average human being, that, you know, there are people with different intersecting identity categories, nevertheless, when you look at the data, they are still about, you know, human beings. And when in prepping for this panel, I looked at, for example, Estonia's situation. So indeed, we have very good data on gender. We have okay data on age and ethnicity, but we have really spotty data on sexuality. Even disability data is limited. And it's because, you know, we have different ways of getting this data. You know, how do we, what things come automatically, what things we need to have special surveys for. The more sensitive the issue, the more complicated it becomes. And so, by all means, AGA does a great job in encouraging local member states to look into these different aspects and try to put high quality, comparable data defined in the same way together, because I think that's one issue that Geraldine also raised, that we kind of need to make sure we are measuring the same thing in different member states.
Absolutely, and that's quite a challenge. It makes me think actually of that very famous quote of Martin Luther King. He spoke about the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Yeah. And I think that when it comes to any sort of data, especially when it's intersectional, lots of people can feel like, oh, we've made progress and that is therefore enough. Marco, what have you got to contribute to this?
Okay, for me, I think I would ride on what you said about intersectionality being a buzzword. As someone who has been in the intersectionality space, diversity and inclusion, I've seen so many cases where people want to further, their company, their organizations with that buzzword, but they are actually not taking the right steps to ensure that, these persons with diverse identities are represented. So I would say, to your question, I would say so many of us are not taking it serious. Even those that feel like, oh, we're doing enough, most of the time they do things or implementations or actions are being taken based on maybe your personal experiences, and then you don't understand that there are other perspectives out there that are not being included. And then sometimes another thing with intersectionality that people don't understand is that intersectionality is not the same thing as, should I say diversity in that regard, where intersectionality is looking at multiple means of discrimination, right? I don't like using myself as an example, but I will do that here, where I am a woman, and we all know that the female gender can be discriminatory in some cases. I'm a woman with disabilities, and then I am in Europe, I am a woman with racial minority, right? So these things, if you're looking at inclusion and you're looking at them separately, you're not really including me, right? Because these three things compound to cause discrimination for someone like me, right? I'm just using myself as an example, but then I'm trying to make us all understand that when you're looking at intersectionality, you have to look at how all these intersectionalities can compound and become a form of discrimination for one person, and not looking at them, separately. So we all have to make the collective effort to take it seriously.
So do you think that's more about changing the type of people we're listening to, or perhaps it's more radical than that, and that's it, changing the way in which we listen?
I think changing the way in which we listen, and not just the listening part, but also changing the way that we bring people in. If you're bringing people with diverse background, you shouldn't bring them for the photo ops or for the good of the image of your organization. No, you should bring them and make sure that their voices are heard. What they are saying is being included, not just for promotion, because I've seen it happen a lot of times. I'm talking from experience. I've seen it happen a lot of times. So we should change the way we bring in people. We should bring in people who have lived experiences of these things and actually listen to them, listen to their perspectives. It might not align with what you already know. It might come from a different background or something, but actually listen to these people and take their perspectives into active actions and implementations.
Fantastic. Go on, Riley.
I just wanted to add that one thing that we might have to also change is what kind of data we take seriously, because the kind of work that intersectionality really requires is very often qualitative. We are looking in depth into very small slices of data, and yet our statistics, I think, fetishize large data sets. And I think that we need to combine these two, that in addition to the large representative surveys, have more qualitative studies that allow us to understand the surveys.
Yeah, maybe I'll feed off that a little bit. Something that we're considering at work, and we have set up a working group at the JRC to really look at the issue of disaggregated data with the aim of providing first guidelines for our researchers and maybe more general guidelines in the academic community after that. And one of the things we are saying is actually it should be a combination of both. You can get some of your hard quantitative data, but when we were considering intersectionality, we were also considering that maybe you don't always get the people to respond to, the surveys or collect the data easily, and maybe it's actually better to have this qualitative approach and really combine the two.
In particular, for understanding how the intersections happen, because I think that tends to get lost in the large data sets.
Yeah, and in fact, while you were speaking, I was thinking, actually much of what you were saying relates to democracy and engagement and how we listen to people and engage. So it's a much broader message than simply data, getting the best data.
Can I?
Yeah, of course, please.
Yes, I just want to add to something that you said about, getting people to respond to these, surveys and all that. I think one mistake that we make in that regard is when we're preparing surveys or we're trying to collect data is that we don't look at how accessible it will be for people who are not in the broader group, right? If you're preparing a survey and you're putting the survey online, have you thought about the fact that the website where you're putting the survey is not accessible to blind people or people with visual, disabilities? So look at how to make these data, these surveys or data collection processes accessible so that everyone contributes equally to it, because most of the time we prepare, data collection in the sense that everyone can, what we're putting out there, everyone can access it, and then when we get back, the information that we want, it doesn't really represent many of the people that we need to speak up. So we need to ensure accessibility in that regard.
And maybe, I was thinking colleagues or at least the experience of colleagues shared, LGBTIQ colleagues said, they simply would not be comfortable ticking boxes and particularly not in the political climate that, in certain European countries that we have, where they feel, hard-won rights are extremely fragile. So that also was an argument in terms of, a kind of a more qualitative approach in some aspects.
I know some social scientists in academia who could talk about this for a very long time. And these are the considerations that we have to take on board. It's how do we make sure that the data we're gathering is, one, intersectionally fair, and two, presented in a way that is truly accessible. So we spoke a little bit about democracy, buzzwords, and if I were to bring those two ideas together, do we think that we have a problem by which intersectionality is thrown around in political spaces for short-term progress at the expense of long-term change because it's based around the next election, as an example? Just throw that out there. I can see you nodding as well, Marika. Please tell us.
No, I fully agree. I fully agree with that. Where people, like I said before, people try to use intersectionality for their personal gains, giving hope to people, and at the end of the day, not looking at the consequences of what they did, to these people. One place I could use that for is in terms of job provisions, where people are hired on, short-term basis and all that, to I don't know, to feed political progression of somebody else, and at the end of the day, when the person gets what they want, the people that were hired will be thrown out and all that. So I think it's something that the people who are perpetrating this, they need to consider that they are actual human beings at the back of what is whatever gain you're having. There are people who suffer these consequences, people who got some sort of hope from the promises that you made, and we need to really speculate on that.
Absolutely. Have you heard anything on top?
Well, I would just maybe add a different facet to the same point, which is that when we play around with intersectionality, we need to make sure that the most fragile populations don't fall through the cracks, that we don't say, hey, we can talk about white men and their intersectional problems because they live in rural areas, right? So we need to, at the same time, maintain an awareness of the need to still think of the groups that tend to vanish from the perspective otherwise if we're not intersectional.
And also accepting that the most vulnerable will often be the most silent.
Exactly, yes, exactly.
Okay, I'm going to let our panelists have a little breather. You can rest your throats. I'm going to call on another speaker from the floor, but this time going to come onto the stage. It's going to be very exciting. So we have a microphone ready up. So I am going to invite to the stage Illyriana Vanshka. So Illyriana is the program manager for an organization, oh, she's got a mic, sorry, for Women, Inc., a gender specialist with over 10 years of experience. And Illyriana, I would love for you to tell us all here today, what is it that Women, Inc. does?
It feels a bit awkward standing in front of you guys and showing you my back. No. It's a pleasure being here. And just as I was sitting there and listening to you, I thought about what I had prepared, and then I completely forgot because the conversation was so interesting. So I'm going to just start with my first kind of like reflections on what you said. Go for it. Yeah, except for obviously the recurring theme today, collecting more data is important. I think we need to get one step before that, especially when it comes to intersectionality. Which data do we actually collect? As in, which intersections do you want to gather. There's so much power in the decision that you make as data gatherers when you decide those intersections and for which endpoint. So we need to be reflective on that and always check ourselves on which intersections you want to actually gather, because data is power in that regard. Yes, so yeah, I'm a program manager at Women Inc. It's a Dutch-based organization that has been active in the field of gender equality for roughly 20 years now. Similarly to AIGA, we are active in the fields of health, money, work, and gender stereotypes. And speaking of intersectionalities, we try to combine these domains as well, to not see them as separately, because mental health issues have, for example, effects on your labor participation. So we always in our work also try to connect these domains and see how they interact each other and influence each other when it comes to equal rights and equal opportunities. Yeah, so intersectionality has been on our agenda for a very long time. No surprise to you, in Holland there's a lack of data as well when it comes to how different identity markers and intersections actually have effect on equal opportunities of people in the Netherlands. Even so, to bridge that gap, we do our own research and try to bring in the different intersections that are important to that topic. And interestingly, we usually work with external research institutions, and we more often than not also quite hear the response that those institutions actually don't have access to the particular population that we are interested in. And let's say, for example, we are interested in doing research on the labor participation of women with a migrant background and disabilities. More often than not, we hear that they don't have actual access to that population to be able to do the survey. So to match your point, what you said earlier as well, the accessibility to specific research populations is very important in that regard. So what we did do is establish our own council of experts of lived experiences, as we call them. It's a council now constituting of 20 people who we have gathered to join us in our efforts to increase gender equality in the Netherlands. These are people that come from different organizations in the Netherlands that they have specific knowledge and expertise on a particular intersection. So, for example, we have organizations that really focus on women with mental or physical disabilities. We have an organization that primarily focuses on women, plus populations. We have an organization that focuses primarily on women in the labor market and with a cultural background that is not Dutch. And we bring these people together too, besides gathering our quantitative data, to in a qualitative manner speak to them on a recurring basis. And whatever we discuss, we as Women Inc., we take it into our strategies. We let it, so it has impact on what we do, what type of actions we take, what kind of programs, strategic programs we develop, and the lobby that we do. So through us, we take those intersections and we bring that to the forefront in the hopes that policies actually get to change and be informed.
Wow.
And I wanted to add something to that as well, because more often than not, I've been active in the field of gender mainstreaming as well in a past life. I've always argued that gender mainstreaming is not a leftist intellectual exercise. It's actually an exercise to make policy more effective. Similarly, taking intersectionality into policies is exactly that as well. It's not an intellectual exercise, it's an actual way to increase the effectiveness of public spending, to make your policies more effective, and in turn also actually cut your spending on policies that don't work because they take a one-size-fits-all approach.
That's fascinating. It's interesting that you said that lots of people view it as being a political matter, but ultimately we want to make sure that intersectionality is taken seriously by people all across the political spectrum. And perhaps part of that is that we have a problem by which people don't understand exactly what intersectionality is. And even in the people who do advocate for it, lots of people, am I right in thinking, don't understand the multifaceted nature that it can take?
Yeah, and I agree to what was said before as well. More often than not, intersectionality is seen as an endpoint rather as a process. And as an individual who tries to include intersectionality in the work that we do, I constantly also have to check my own privilege and my own preconceived notions of what is emancipation. So, for example, through the work that I've done and the conversations I had with diverse people, I've noticed that not everyone in the field of emancipation or women's rights, for example, primarily identifies as a woman. A person might primarily identify with their ethnic background, for example, and we have to take that into consideration and check our own privilege and check our own notions of what is the next step into emancipation in order for intersectionality to actually be effective.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We're now going to move on to some questions for our panelists. Are you feeling prepared? Yeah, they look prepared. So we can take questions. We'll start off with questions from the people in the room. I'm going to check the Slido. If you're listening online, you can submit your questions, and I will try to pass those on. So, should we start off with people in the room? Has anyone got a question for our panelists based on what we have heard so far? If not, I will go to the Slido question. And it is a question for Aiga. So, Irene, I might have to look at you. And they say, what is Aiga's definition of intersectionality? And is it different from analysing intersecting inequality by quantitative data? Irene is now looking at me thinking, why did you pick that question? Well, perhaps what I could do is I could turn to the panel, like, how would you define intersectionality? If someone came up to you and said, what do you mean by this? What's the definition that you guys would give?
For me, okay. Intersectionality means looking at the experiences of life, human experiences, from diverse perspectives, and not just diverse perspectives on a separate angle, right? Looking at multiplying these looking at how these diverse perspectives could multiply the experiences of oppression or the experiences of privilege, right? Mm-hmm. I'm sorry that I have to use that as an example, but okay. Yeah. Okay. So recently I did a session on intersectionality for my organization, and I had to do this I had to help people to check their privilege and check, their oppression and all that. And a man, and a white man at that, could have multiple forms of privilege, right? The privilege, let's use Europe as an example, the privilege that a man, because we are here at the Gender Equality Forum, if a man and a woman had the exact same privilege, we wouldn't be here, right? We won't be having all these conversations we'll be having today. So that's the thing. Intersectionality, from the privilege aspect, you could have more than one intersecting identity that could increase your privilege. You could also have more than one intersecting identity that could increase your discrimination or oppression. So that's how I view intersectionality.
I would just add, as somebody who has spent decades trying to make everything complicated very, very simple, and I like Mary Matsuda's recommendation of asking the other question, so that when you look at race, you also ask, is that class? You look at disability, you want to ask, is this has something to do with education? So that you kind of acquaint yourself with a habit of going beyond one category of either privilege or discrimination, for example.
Yeah, and I would just say it's the interplay of various factors, building on what has been said. So income, equality, or inequalities, what do you face? And not being overly simplistic in jumping to conclusions.
And I think that, for many people, that thing that I said about buzzwords is that they don't see it tangibly playing out in their own life very often. But for example, in Estonia's case, in the most recent analysis of the PISA, the educational tests that rank countries, and everybody gets very excited because we do well in that test. And one of the things that was found out is that the greatest predictor of the high scores is the mother's educational level. And that made people really interested. That was the greatest predictor, and all of a sudden you could see people who would never say intersectionality get very interested. So.
Very good. I was just thinking, would it be fair to say we could define it as people who fall through the gaps because of our use of fixed definitions?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah. So people who fall through the gap because of our use of fixed definitions or labels.
Yes. Okay, that could work.
But I would maybe rather our attempt to simplify people to a single definition.
Yeah.
that we are more complicated, and usually statistically or governance-wise, it's easier to deal with us by one characteristic. But ultimately, that's not how we are as human beings.
True. Absolutely. And one of the problems is, especially when you have these conversations with people who might be more privileged, is that you can find that you're sometimes met with a very defensive attitude.
Right.
And obviously that's something that we need to think about. How can we overcome it to have that conversation in a way that is truly productive as opposed to polarizing? So I was wondering, what advice would you have for anyone who is approaching this conversation to do it in a way that is unifying rather than dividing?
I think I would simply say we're about providing evidence for policies, and we're trying to do it in the best way possible, and to bring it down to that level. It's not, it's not about, being on trend, or it's simply trying to take account of the whole of society when we're providing the scientific support that we should be providing. And maybe a simple example of that is, energy poverty. Who is most affected by that? What categories? How can they be helped? I don't think it's usually down to also how a policy is applied in different contexts.
And I would probably add to this that very often intersectionality is equated with certain axes of difference that are very polarizing. Sexuality, race, class. And it is sometimes helpful to bring in the things people don't notice, like disability, like educational attainment, like regional belonging, geopolitical differences, the things that even people who would get defensive about some of those more political aspects would recognize as being part of their life.
Okay, for me, I think one way we can do it is we should understand, especially if you're in a position of privilege, when people who are not in the same position as you are speaking about the discrimination that they face, and you understand that you could be benefiting from the privilege. You should understand that they are not complaining about you. They are speaking about their experiences, right? I've been in places where I'm talking about my own discrimination and somebody's trying to I'm like, I'm not talking about you. I'm not saying you shouldn't. Everybody deserves to have privilege. The fact that I'm talking about my discrimination doesn't mean that you shouldn't have your privilege. You're a human being, just that we all deserve equal human rights, right? So I'm not saying privilege should be removed from you. That's one thing, we all have to understand, especially if we're in a position of privilege. When people talk about intersectionality or talk about their lived experiences, they are not attacking you. They are just expressing their feelings and what is happening to them. So if we approach it that way, I'm sure we would have good conversations.
Absolutely fantastic. I'm going to give the floor another opportunity. We have a hand up at the back if one of our flying mics could make its way there. And if you'd just like to let us know who you are, where you're from, and what your question is.
Hi, my name is Li Shu, and I'm a resident of Germany. Thank you so much for your insights, especially I think my question is related to what you have just mentioned, right? So the lived experiences part and how people really express themselves. We're talking a lot today about we need to get more data, we need to get I-do data. Not that I have the data for you, but I feel that in an attempt also to be critical of my own work, I don't want to see people as data. I'm not data. My lived experiences are not data sources for you. So in your own ways, how are you honoring people's lived experiences, no matter it means translating that appropriately into insights or policy advocacy work? How are you, in best practices ways, how are you honoring people's lived experiences so it doesn't get reduced or get lost in the process? Thank you.
It's about how we can keep that human connection. Would anyone like to?
Okay, I was going to say we are all data. We are all providing multiple points of data in our online activities and many other activities throughout our lives. So I don't see that as being a negative in any sense. I think it's just a fact of life. But maybe, I guess the point was, how to monitor it, how to take it seriously, and not
Perhaps
just
how-
be
how to
reduced
not
to a data
forget,
point or something.
Yeah.
No?
How to not forget the human element
Yeah.
behind the data, because I think sometimes perhaps we get a bit too fixated on the data and lose track of the real life implications, perhaps.
I really like this question because, I'm somebody who does qualitative work mostly, and I think that we need to be very, very attentive to research ethics and spend a lot of time on reflexivity on what we're doing and how, including in our data gathering. I have a colleague, for example, who did, in her work, think very carefully about the kinds of groups that she was interviewing, making sure that the men of privilege were made uncomfortable a little bit in a data collection process, whereas the women who did not have that privilege were, accommodated to more so that they would feel comfortable. And I'm not saying that this is necessarily, the panacea that solves many problems, but starting out by thinking about how to open up our participants, how do we make them trust us that we will take good care of the experiences they share, in particular about the stuff that is sensitive, the religious beliefs, the gender and sexual identity, things that really can get them in trouble in some ways, so that that kind of an ethical foundation should be there in every study. I mean, we should write this section to every paper.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of mishy.
Okay. You want to say?
No.
I just wanted to say that trust is a huge. I mean, it's important in everything, but I think, particularly in a context like this, it's. I mean, trustworthy data, but trustworthy in the way that it's collected, and treating people with trust. Very important.
Okay, yes, thank you. So for me, an example, currently I'm conducting a research on intersectional discrimination in the workplace for my organization. And one thing I've done to ensure that because it's a qualitative data, one thing I've ensured the people that because I'm conducting interviews, the people I'm interviewing, I allow them to define themselves, right? Most of the time when we're doing research, we tend to have stipulated boxes that people can check, male, female, and all that. But when I'm speaking to somebody, I give them enough amount of time for them to tell me who they are. They define themselves to me, right? And that builds a level of trust, even not just for them, but also to you. You see them as people when you allow them to tell, because what they tell you might not be in your own definition of what you already have as what is data, and then you have to go back and restructure what you've already, the process you've already put down. An example is one of the persons I interviewed. The person, it's an indigenous person from an Asian country. I'm not allowed to say which. So I'm from an Asian country, and the person is indigenous. And the person was telling me that they identify as bisexual, right? But then they went on to inform me that they do not belong to LGBTQ community. Because for the indigenous people in their community, they have a different definition of what their sexuality is, and it does not align with the Western world's definition of LGBTQ. But if I didn't allow them to tell me that, I would just automatically group them into LGBTQ because they identified as bisexual, right? So that's one way to ensure that people remain humans when you're collecting data from them. Thank you.
And I think that the key element here is accepting messiness. That you cannot go to the field and accept that you will emerge with clarity, that you wrote into your research proposal. Instead, you need to accept the fact that you might come up with something completely different, right?
Different, yes.
Absolutely. We have time for one or two more questions, perhaps. We've got one here at the front.
Okay. Hi, I'm Marina. I'm a youth activist for non-visible disabilities and mental disorders. And my question is in this direction of labeling as well, more or less. But I'm more interested how you take in your research, how do you take in accountability of PTSD or possible traumas or everything like that? Because I feel like in nowadays society, we talk a lot about PTSD, mental health, trauma and so on, but I feel like we are actually less using it as a label or as a tool to get to know people more, and especially that this is a wide nuance discussion, and I'm really interested because I feel like we could learn more about this, and also each individual, like you already mentioned, and this is something that no matter of what background you have, you might face, unfortunately. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. So it's interesting because actually when they're talking about trauma, you think that sometimes gathering data can also potentially put someone at harm, and that's something that we really need to be thinking with, because intersectionality, as we discussed, there are people who fall through the gaps of the fixed definitions of what we think we can work with. So I was wondering if anyone had any reflections. Marley, I can see.
Yeah, I would just say very quickly that I think that one of the, we need to be very aware of neurodivergence as an issue, to just even before we go to trauma, to when we're starting to gather data, what kinds of questions we can ask, what kinds of dialogues we enter into. And I think that's definitely an under-researched dimension right now. Right. 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 Right.
So I'm just going to summarize, because the people online can't hear what you're saying, and there are quite a few, so you take it to like, sorry.
So beside that, is under research is also under diagnosticate, and usually we tend to overshadow this angle so much because, okay, we have these statistics, they are not so much, but unfortunately, a lot of people don't even know what neurodiversity is, what PTSD is, how it manifests, each of us react to it differently. Even PTSD as a concept is relatively new as a diagnostic, otherwise in the past was a mix of other diagnostics. So it's not, you don't have to think about PTSD just like, okay, it's a war and only those people, raped, incest, school or house abuse, everything like that can create PTSD at the end of the day. And this is why I feel like in our researches we should also have in mind this and be more human when addressing this type of question, because it's important to not only to normalize it, but also to understand that weird reaction happen for a reason. And you don't have the right to discriminate that person because you don't even know, and maybe even that person doesn't know exactly what is behind, what happened. Because a person with PTSD is not feeling and thinking the same as it was or as you are as a normal person, whatever normal means anyway.
I think that's a very good question, and thank you so much for asking it. And I think it also brings back this idea that views, attitudes, and understandings are constantly changing as society develops. And I think that one of the things that Iliriana said that struck me is that intersectionality is not an end goal. And I think that when you're looking at any of these issues, we have to take into account that our understanding of these various different identities, the way they affect people, the way they affect people differently, is constantly going to change. And obviously that then makes our job of collecting data from a human perspective even more challenging, because even if we get something that works today, it might not work tomorrow.
Yeah, I was searching for a word there, and I think it's holistic. You know, that we need to be much more encompassing when when we're framing research questions, when we're thinking about the data, that we wish to gather. I have it in mind because a colleague has co-authored a very large report that is not yet out, but it's advocating kind of for a one mental health approach within the EU. Some of this work came out as a result of the COVID crisis, but actually her comment to me was, isn't it great that the Commissioner has equality and preparedness in crisis in her title? She could see loads of synergies between the two. But I think it's having a much more holistic and more less maybe categorizing into, as you were saying earlier, don't be defined so easily by I don't know, by the first characteristic that comes to mind in what we're gathering. It doesn't make it easy.
And of course, it's an endless task because we think we have, put a Band-Aid on one thing. And then obviously, the Band-Aid comes off because there's always something else underneath it. And the joy of research is that you can always dig deeper as long as there's funding. But for us, I think in the community here, in the activist community, is also to recognize this as the joy, not just a challenge. That this is an opportunity, not just something that we need to be scared of.
And of course, some people are allergic to the Band-Aid.
Yes.
For me, I agree with everything you both have said. I also believe that as researchers or people collecting data, especially if the data you're collecting, it has a bit of trauma, or the previous panel where we talked about violence and harassment and all that, I think is one thing we should try as much as possible to provide is some sort of support for the people that are participating in this data collection, right? Most of the time, because people that face trauma or that face violence or anything of any sort, any violence of any sort, it takes them a while to get to their healing point, or sometimes they put the Band-Aid on. And you as a researcher, most of the time, because you need concrete data, you need something tangible, right? You keep probing and probing, and you rip the Band-Aid off, or you take them back to wherever it is that they healed from, and then you leave them stranded, right? So as researchers, as organizations, we should try to make collective efforts to ensure that we provide the support. Some might not know, you let the people know that, there's support available if you need one. We provide support for them in case they have a reaction, in case they need it, or in case they just want to share or something like that. Thank you.
Fantastic. Do we have perhaps time for one or two more questions from the floor? Four questions, Femi says. Okay. As long as you tell me when you want us to stop. So I'm going to ask you, I've had some experience working in political offices, but also some experiences working in universities, and I know that we have both represented here. Do you think there's a significant difference in attitudes generationally towards intersectionality? And if so, what can we potentially learn or take away from that?
I think that I'll just take the first answer as this is simple, obviously, is the answer. In academia, everything comes in generations. The way we were raised influences the way in which we start asking questions. To some generations, you need to first argue for intersectionality. For some people, this is the obvious thing to begin from. So,
I don't think it's quite as simple as that. I think there's a backlash, actually, particularly among younger men, being very, hostile and, let me just say hostile. And this came, I remember at the beginning of this year, a colleague shared their experience with, we have an equality group at the JRC. And in fact, this exact question, they'd done a survey, it was actually the Egalités, the interinstitutional LGBTIQ network, shared the results of a survey, and somebody said, I guess there's much more understanding among the younger generation than not. And he said, no. When they broke down the responses, absolutely not. And in fact, there was probably more empathy and understanding from some of the older respondents in the cohort. And I think this has been played out through society a little bit, as we've seen.
And that backlash is phenomenally dangerous and needs to be dealt with as well. And you think, well, actually, if we're trying to promote this concept across the board, what can we do to make sure that, one, we don't have as much of a backlash, and two, the people who do become extremely defensive still have an opportunity to come on board with intersectional thinking?
Okay. Yes. I think to an extent, apart from the age, clashing, to an extent, as someone who has been in academia and who has been in, the organizational side of things, I think there's a little bit of clash or huge, I don't know how to define it, but there is some sort of clash where, correct me if I'm wrong, please, but I've seen some sort of clash where, especially on gender issues, where people in academia feel like people in organizations, do not necessarily understand the theory of gender equality, while the people in organizations feel like they are actually in the field doing the work, so academia doesn't do much. I've seen I've seen that. I did my master's in women and gender studies, so and then I've worked with organizations on women's issues, so I've seen that clash. But I think in that regard, there should be a collaboration between the two. One part is bringing the theory, and one part, they can't, if you're putting the practices, there's a theory behind it. If you're doing the theory, there has to be a practical, aspect of it. The clash is not meant to be there. It's time for collaboration among the two. Then in terms of age, I think one thing, especially as a young person and for my fellow young people, we are too eager to cancel, the cancel culture that is currently, we have this cancel culture where, especially for we don't give grace to the older generation. We are too eager to condemn them because, they have ideas that we necessarily do not understand. So I think this is one thing we have to specifically talk about as young people. We need to put a pause to the council, at least give some sort of grace to understand, because the gender equality fight, the feminist fight has been going on for decades, for centuries, and there are people that were doing it before us. So as a young person, you didn't start it, right? You didn't start it, somebody started it. And if these people had a method that was working for them, and you feel like that method is no longer working, learn from their method and, align it with your own method and then make it work.
I wanted to add something to the polarization topic. I think that one of the issues because that is a very serious problem for all people working on gender and inclusivity in general, and I think the most important element is to make people who are so easily frightened by stuff like this see that they are not going to lose from it. Yeah. That it is for them too important to understand the intersectional differences that have created ontological insecurity that is being so strongly exploited by different divisive political forces. So bring them back.
Absolutely. I think there's a very strong message that needs to be heard, is that gender equality, intersectionality is a cause for all humanity. Yeah. It's not that certain groups that will benefit more, it's that humanity as a whole benefits if we are all backing it together. Yeah. We had one question here at the front. Was that right, Liliana? Did you put your hand up? Yeah, of course, yeah. There's time. Can we turn the roving mic on, please?
Hi. Yeah.
There we go.
I really wanted to, here I am again, to reiterate that I'm especially when we're talking about how can we, in kind of like a reality of changing political atmosphere and with the backlash that we're seeing from younger generations, as research previously in a previous panel has shown, I'm really an advocate for simplifying and demystifying the concept of intersectionality and really using a language that is understandable for the public that you're preaching it to. An example that I always use is when I had to explain to my father what I do and what intersectionality means, and how my work is geared towards changing policy in an intersectional way. I gave him the example of the household. I told him, you and my mother make policies for this household to run smoothly. Consider this household as a country that has to have different policies for it to run smoothly. You have 3 different children. One is a boy. You have to take in consideration that he's a boy and he lives in a certain context at school in which he's considered as a boy, and hence rules change for him because he's a boy. He's the eldest, making him have a different character. I'm the middle child, makes me more temperament, makes me more of an advocate. You have to change your parenting style to each of us to make the policies run smoothly in the household. And that's how I explained to him what intersectionality means. It simply means not favoring one over the other or giving the other more privilege than the other. It just means looking at specifically each child, their specific identity markers, and creating policy that makes it effective for them to live in this household. And all of a sudden, my father understood intersectionality. So I just wanted to explain that we really, as a collective here, need to check ourselves on the language that we use and make it more understandable and fit into the reality of the person that you're speaking to. Because again, honestly, intersectionality is just about seeing people in their complexity, and in relation to the panel discussion today and the topic today, and how can policy reflect that so that it is more effective and it comes to the people that actually needs it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Liliana. That's an absolute And you touched on a really important point about the language that we're using and how that can sometimes, one, be a genuine mistake, but also there's an increasing issue now of people weaponizing language as a coded weapon. And I was going to ask you all actually about technology as well, because I think that technology is a catalyst for ideological change. Technology means that young people can have this huge ideological shift relating to gender equality or intersectionality very quickly. And when it comes to the perspective of data gathering, surely that's just like a whole new wild card that makes everything difficult. What do you guys have to say about the role of technology in data collection?
Well, I think we're all using, ChatGPT, AI, large language models. They have enormous potential and enormous downsides.
Yeah.
And they are certainly finding their way into research, increasingly, let alone society overall. If I just focus on the research side, I think we have to be careful. We have to acknowledge, we have to realize the bias there. That, even today a colleague just, I don't know, I think we were just saying, let's do a picture of intergenerational fairness. And he said, he was on another screen, he said, oh, I see a lot of men with white hair. And the only thing that's the only gradation there is some have slightly grayer hair, and that's the algorithm. It's completely misunderstood. So, huge potential, but a lot of, technology, what can I say? We're dangerous times.
These dangerous times, especially with young people and access to social media specifically. I was wondering if either of you had.
I'll just make one point about social media and data gathering, that we just need to understand that we have not one public that we are gathering, but in social media in particular you have fractured publics who are all living in very different worlds, and we as academics don't even always know about how to get access to all of these groups, and we need to maintain that mindfulness about the need to catch as much as we can, because right now I think we're losing a lot of it.
Absolutely. Jean-Marc?
Yeah, I think I think technology can be useful and can also be used to perpetuate, gender inequality. It is very important that when we are using technology, we use it in a way that is ethical, mostly, especially because most of the time it can be used to spread misinformation, and then we've seen so many cases where people, take something that is not true and they amplify it and say it, and at the end of the day, it's what is trending. We shouldn't focus on trends. Sometimes some trends are not true. So we should, whatever we're getting from technology, we need to constantly check and confirm that it is true and it's ethical.
Fantastic. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank all of our speakers, Liliana, Irene, Uzurmaka, Riley, and Geraldine. Please give them a warm
Thank you.
And I am going to hand over to our Master of Ceremonies, Femi.
Thanks, Guy. Thank you, speakers. We're almost at the end of the day. I know it's been a packed day, and you're thinking, what else could be significant in this day? We have saved something incredible. Somebody incredibly significant for the end of the day. Our closing keynote day one speaker for IGA's Gender Equality Forum 2024 is Hadja Labib, the European Union Commissioner for Equality, Preparedness and Crisis Management. That is a big portfolio. No wonder you're the grand closing keynote speaker for day one. Commissioner, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Caroline, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It's a real pleasure for me to be with you this evening, and I want first of all to thank Caroline and everyone at EGE. You are really a powerful allies for a more gender equal Europe. It's very great to see so many of you here with a lot of sparks of passion in your eyes. It's really energized me and invigorates the work we will have to do together. As Commissioner for Equality, you can really count on me to be a strong voice for women's rights across European Union. EGE's Gender Equality Index is really helping to make equality a reality by showing us where we stand, actually. Women across the EU continue to face barriers in leadership, in the workplace and at home. As regards care responsibilities, women continue to face gender-based violence. This holds women back, but it also holds our societies back. And I can assure you that it's a reality that we can touch every day. Even in the Commission, I had just this morning a discussion with my fellow colleague, and she told me that a woman had to resign. She was an advisor. She had to resign this morning because of the pressure of her husband, because she has a 4-month kid. Can you imagine that it happened everywhere then, it means? So now we must put into action. And yes, I just want to tell you that the tools for change are within our reach. Indeed, in recent years, the EU has passed groundbreaking legislation on pay transparency, on gender balance on board, and on fighting violence against women and domestic violence. But now we must put it into action, and I will be 100% committed to making this happen. I will do everything in my power to build a union of equality over the next 5 years. And we must do it across all our member states. Life for women, for instance, in Sweden, should not be fairer than for a woman in Romania. Equality is for everyone and everywhere. Today's event could not be more timely, because the European Commission will adopt a new roadmap on women's rights on International Women's Day next year, and this will be followed by a new post-2025 gender equality strategy. And this will be the guiding compass for our work going forward. And we will consult, of course, our stakeholders. So it means also that we want your ideas and your contributions. Thanks to EGE's Gender Equality Index, we really see where we need also to focus our attention. Just one example. In the workplace, gender gaps are most extreme among couples with children. Women still do the majority of unpaid care work and household tasks. So this needs to change also. I think that it's about 4 hours of what we see transparent or non-paid work per day. Today, I was particularly moved by the exhibition on young migrant women's experiences in the EU. Some of you may know my personal story. My father came to Belgium from Algeria looking for work. I was not expected to go to the university. I was not expected to become a war reporter, a special envoy, or a television anchor, a foreign minister, and now a commissioner, a European commissioner. But here I am, and I really hope that my story is a ray of hope for all women and girls across Europe to show that everything is possible within the European Union. Together, all of us in this room, we have the energy to break down barriers and to lift each other up. When we support each other, we have a superpower to build societies where equal treatment is the foundation. And many of the barriers that women face are, by the way, interlinked, connected. I know this from my own experience, so I will pay particular attention to intersectionality in our future gender equality strategy. I will also make gender mainstreaming a priority in my work. And today, for example, we heard about the tragic connection between gender inequality and war. The UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine documented 376 cases of conflict-related sexual violence between February 2022 and last August this year. So it is crucial to mainstream gender and other equality considerations in crisis management and across all areas of government. Another point of attention, young people are our future. So we need to get them involved in building strong and fairer societies of the future. So it's great to see so many young girls and people here tonight, and I look forward to meeting with you in the years to come. I have a message, a special message for you. In the first 100 days of my mandate, I will organize a youth dialogue to discuss the topics that fall under my responsibility, and I will do this every year of my mandate because I'm convinced that our policies must reflect the choice and the concerns of the younger generations. So, dear friends, gender equality must be at the heart of our union. We must never underestimate the collective power of women to transform our communities, our continent, and our world. Together, we can shatter the glass ceiling and build a better future for everyone, for every girl and woman, and for that every girl and woman can dream big and achieve their own dreams. Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Thank you, Commissioner. I hope that in your 100 days mandate, it includes at least 20 minutes at the reception that is happening now. Thank you for joining us. Also, forum attendees, it's been a long day. You spent 8 hours in this space, in our forum space. We would like to treat you to reception, to drinks and food, right there at the back of the room, at the back of our venue, by the restaurant, in the restaurant. And one light task for you to do for first thing in the morning is go and visit Sophie Lang, who is right here doing a gender equality wall, illustrating it visually. Hi, Sophie. Hi, Sophie. This is Sophie here. All she needs is for you to go and tell her what should be on our gender equality wall, and then she will illustrate it. Enough talking for now. Welcome to your reception. Thank you.